Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, your servant, Jerome Gayman. I'm reporting from the great state of Florida, the Sunshine State. Great things are happening, lots of news. We have a great guest that will be here to educate us on the migration of Liberians into the Republic of Liberia. Historically, we are going to be doing some geography. We're going to be doing some sociology. We're going to be doing, you name it, we're going to be doing it today. It's all wrapped in one. And Dr. Soma is here to give us a lecture. In the meantime, let me go to the weather real quick in the Republic of Liberia or some parts of the Republic of Liberia. Let's go to Kakata, 77 degrees, mostly cloudy. Foya Kamara, as in Lofa County, home of the president, 76-degree cloudy, mostly cloudy. The capital, Monrovia, 76-degree cloudy. If you are from Grand Cape County, there's a town named Congo. If you are in Congo, the weather there is 76 degrees and also mostly cloudy. If you are in Bunk County, your weather is 75 degrees, also mostly cloudy. River G, 73 degrees, cloudy. That's the coolest place in Liberia today. River G. And Bapolu County, 75 degrees and mostly cloudy. Obviously, you wanted me to be biased and include my hometown of Buchanan. Nope, not today. But here are the headlines making news around the world and in the Republic of Liberia. Since we have the United Nations, let's go to the United Nations. Do us a favor, share this show. Let a friend know that we are here. We're going to be very intellectual and academic today. And then we're going to open the line for questions. If anyone is interested, our panelists are going to be here to also ask some questions. If you are coming to class late, don't just ask questions, relax and follow the threads. Because the question will be asked, maybe the question have been asked and answered, but let's go to the United Nations. You know, everything is now surrounding the United Nations. There's a lot going on. President Trump was on fire yesterday. The president of the Republic of Liberia did speak, stay within his 15 minutes limit, spoke about 14 minutes and change. But at the UNGA new president warned colonialism still shapes global conflicts. She made upfront. The president of the United Nations General Assembly warned Tuesday that a free and peaceful world envisioned when the UN were founded 80 years ago remained far from reality, citing colonial era legacies, wars, and widening human rights violations around the world. Speaking at the 80th anniversary commemorating the opening of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock said colonialism is still prevalent in today's world, with powerful countries ignoring dialogue and territorial integrity while fueling conflicts that threaten global peace. Instigators of violence through war remains a collective threat to global peace, she said to the world leaders. While she did not single out specific nations, she cautioned that the UN Charter was never intended to see any state suppressed, marginalized, or stripped of its right as a state. That is the President of the United Nations speaking to its members. That colonialism is still alive and well, and powerful nations are funding wars and conflicts around the world. She didn't mince her words. The University of Liberia, Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation partnered on bathroom renovation as facility struck paralysis classes. This is 2025 in a nation that is almost 200 years old. The premier university doesn't have a functioning bathroom. This is terrible, shameful. The University of Liberia has partnered with Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation to renovate bathrooms across its Capitol Hill, Fidel, and Health Sciences campuses, a long overdue step to address chronic sanitation problem. The premier university of the Republic of Liberia is having sanitation problem. The announcement came Tuesday during a high-level meeting between the UL president and the managing director of Water and Sewer, joined by Deputy Director for Technical Services, Patrick Seleke. While the initiative has been welcomed as critical, it comes amid a faculty strike that have brought teaching to a halt. A country that is 200 years old, a university formed in the 1800s, does not have a functioning bathroom. It's terrible. Audit exposes irregularities in Liberia judicial workforce. The judicial workforce in the Republic of Liberia. A comprehensive audit of the judiciary workforce in Monserrate County has revealed troubling irregularities, including employees without requisite academic qualifications, misplaced staff, and a controversial dual parent system that contravenes Liberian law. The people that are supposed to keep the law, enforce the law, or give out sentences, they themselves are breaking the law. Breaking. Fire guts former President George Weah 9th Street residence. A late-night fire gutted the 9th Street residence of former President George Manuel Weah shortly after midnight Wednesday, forcing community members to rush in and after Weah himself called them to help. Witnesses told the Liberian investigator that neighbors helped to extinguish the blaze before the Liberian fire services arrived on the scene. The Liberian fire services came on the scene and the first truck had no water. The second truck came in and did something. George denied request for release. Defendant to relative after collapse in court orders urgent medical evaluation before making a decision. Tension flared at Criminal Court C on Wednesday when KV Kababa, one of the co-defendants in the high-profile trial, collapsed in open court just before proceedings began. The incident triggered a heated debate over his medical condition and prompted defense lawyers to renew their request for Ba's temporary release to family members for specialized treatment. The defense argues that Ba, who reportedly suffered from a heart-related condition, has developed complications worsened by his detention at the Monrovia Central Prison. The reference medical record from AMI Medical Center recommending further intervention and passed. and pressed for an independent medical examination. Lead defense counsel, Counselor Watkins Wright, described the request as humanitarian, stressing that continued detention without proper medical care posed great risk to Ba's life. This request is made in good faith, Wright said, urging the court to prioritize Ba's health and safety. The judge denied defense motion to suppress evidence in high-profile criminal case. Criminal Court aide Judge Roosevelt Z. Willie has denied a motion filed by defense lawyers seeking to suppress key evidence in the ongoing trial of several defendants accused of serious criminal offenses. That's from the Supreme Court. I mean, yes, the justice supposed to be blind, they say. That's from the Temple of Justice. A verified report reaching our studio say the United States government has deported Liberian former rebel commander. Justice advocates say it shows to warlord that there's no place to hide. The United States authorities say they have deported Liberian warlord Myean 43, known as Black Diamond, accused of killing civilians and capturing soldiers. Sisse was a commander with the rebel group Liberia United for Reconciliation and Democracy, LORD, which opposed Charles Taylor's government. Her deportation came nearly 2 weeks after another LORD commander was convicted of federal fraud in the United States and sentenced to 57 months. U.S. Immigration Authority announced Monday that they had deported a Liberian rebel commander, although the Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE said Myean 43 was deported on September 5th. They only made the announcement this week. The decision of an immigration judge to deport her in May was reaffirmed by the Board of Immigration Appeals, according to ICE. Sisse, known by her war name Black Diamond, was a commander with the Loyal Rebel Group, one of two groups that helped force Charles Taylor, the Liberian president at the time, out of power. U.S. Immigration Authorities said she commanded an all-female group of fighters known as the Women's Artillery Commandos. They said Sisse entered the United States on a visitor visa March 27, 2014. And later married a U.S. citizen, but denied being Black Diamond or having any affiliation with Liberian United for Reconciliation and Democracy during her immigration interview after she applied for permanent residency in 2015. At just 22 years old, Sisse recruited and trained child soldiers to fight against Taylor's forces, ICE says. During the conflict, she gained notoriety for her brutal tactics, including restraining, beating captured soldiers, and deploying mortar bombs to terrorize and kill military personnel and civilians. Sisse has been designated as a war criminal. That's from the United States government. Let me welcome Mr. Myean Torgbean. Mr. Myean, how you doing there, young man?
I'm doing good, Mr. Gayman. How are you doing as the family?
We are doing very well. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. I'm seeing here Yah Senior, James Nisimo Yah Senior, following from the Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you very much. Foma OK Yah from Cape Mount County. I just read the weather from Cape Mount, Congo. You are in the Congo area. We just went over your weather. And CMC Corner in Ganta City, Nimba County, caller tuning in. Thank you very much for tuning in. I like the way you are tuning in and letting us know where you're tuning in from so we can send a shout out to those folks. Myean, talk to us. What is the current event on the ground?
Yeah, so Mr. Gayman, we've been having so many things going on from Liberia here. Firstly, the weather for today, because I traveled from Mosrado to Grand Bassa today to do an assessment on the government hospital within Bikana, where I'm compiling report together because I've been receiving a lot of text messages from that area, and I've been receiving a lot of important documents from that area. So I went there today to do some assessment, and then returned this evening. Just I think less than an hour, and then I was able to rush on the show here. So basically, people been following the court issued today at the Temple of Justice with former Speaker Fonanti Cooper, where the court reject motion to suspend or to reschedule this entire case uh, on Friday, this Friday rather, for the proceeding. And then others were saying that they have already come up with the final ruling that the former Speaker Kofa and others were found guilty. So I started to inform people that no, you cannot say like that. This is a court issue. Because if you're saying that they have found the former speaker and others guilty, on what ground they are found them guilty? Because according to the former speaker, you cannot come out to say yes, you have so many evidence or evidences on them with just recording, or you just saw that oh someone said this that. No, you don't have anything like fingerprint, footprint, or you don't have anything like CCTV camera. You don't have any eyewitnesses. These are things that when you bring out to the Liberian people as your evidence or evidences, Liberian people will say yes, they are the one who did this. But you cannot just come out with just a recording with a few group of people saying that oh yes, these people were doing this, doing that, and then you just come out with the final investigation. So today we saw on the Yeke Kodwa posted on a page alleging that the governor of Liberia is trying to put their hands into this case by threatening Justice Minister, not Justice Minister, but George Roosevelt Rudy on the same case that he was warning the governor of Liberia to stay away from this case, or else he's going to release so many information on this issue. So we also saw last night about the former president. We saw photos on the social media this morning, or AI generated photo that others were claiming that the house is the former president house, the photo that was on the media, and then they came to report that statement that the photo that was on the social media this morning was not the home of the former president, but rather it was AI generated because they did it in a way like people will believe it because everyone saw the picture, and then the way in which the picture was like you couldn't believe that it was AI generated. But CDC came out with a statement says that the fire incident was some other way of attack on the former president George Weah, where others saw it like they are hoping that either the Liberia National Police or the Liberia Fire Service will come up with an investigation, but then we haven't seen any investigation from the Liberia Fire Service, neither Liberia National Police on this same issue. So we've been firing some investigation on the RLJ, where we did an article on them, and then the RLJ requesting all of the employee after they have not paid their employee for 2 months. They are requesting them that they should go on the social media to debunk the statement that they have received uh, 2 months salary, and which of course I received a text message from one of the staff saying that the people is telling them to go out to debunk that statement that oh yeah, we have received a 2 month salary, where in which they have not received it. So because of that, they cannot be able to go on social media to debunk that statement that yeah, we received 2 months salary. So a lot of things been going on from here. So that's just a tip in, Mr. Gayman, as we dive into some of our discussion.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. We are in for a treat. Dr. Sagwa Soma is going to be here to discuss. We are talking about immigration, so we want to look at Liberia. How did we become Liberians? What were our roots?
We have our guests in the back, so anyway, if you're ready, you can let me know.
Yes. How did the Bassa people come to Liberia? How did the Mano people?
And Mr. Gayman, you talk about Bassa people. Let me give this out. Also, today I was in Grand Bassa, the United States Bassourian. I don't know how you call that name. I say
Unaboa.
Okay, but they carry me in Grand Bassa there today, where they did some donations, school material to students, most especially the Bassa speaking county, where we have 4 counties, which include Grand Bassa, River Cess, Margibi, and Moswado. So they have already given Margibi and Moswado theirs. So today was Grand Bassa, and tomorrow will be River Cess within the county. So they have a successful distribution today, where I cover everything.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Unaboa doing good by the children, giving out some goodies for the students. And that's a good thing to do. We call it pay it forward. Don't donate to somebody wedding. Don't donate to somebody dying. Donate before they die, or donate to education. But today we are in for a treat. Let me say welcome to our friend from ATL, the Eleanor Davis. We're looking at people from St. Paul Bridge community, the Marco 5 Thinking Paul. And we got Madison Yadolo from New Jersey. So we have a lot of folks tuning in. That's very good. Let us know where you're tuning in for. But today you are in for a treat. We have Dr. Seleke Kromah will be educating us. Myean, today you're going to find out Mano or Gil.
Mano.
Okay, we'll see how the Mano people got to Liberia. You didn't just jump and got into the place. You came from somewhere. You came how you got there. We'll find out. And then we're going to open the line for questions. Boy, this is going to be a treat. This is going to be, you're going to have anthropology, you're going to have sociology, you're going to have biblical story, all wrapped into one. And they're going to be presented by Dr. Seleke Kromah, who is out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Bring on our guests and let's get this thing going.
Okay, so our guest is already set. Let's see what we can bring him on. Yeah, he's already on.
Hello there, Dr. Kromah.
Hello, my dear brother, Mr. Gayman. How you doing there?
I'm doing very well. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been.
But, you know, the folks say...
Mr. Gayman, are you there? I think he's facing some... But can you hear me?
Oh, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So let me see if I can bring you back on. Mr. Gayman, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
We are hoping the weather cooperate today, because in Liberia there is very, very hard when it's raining and it's cloudy. It's very hard. But Dr. Kromah, welcome to the show. Is this your first time on the closing argument?
Absolutely, this is my first time, and I hope I will do justice to the show.
Well, usually when you come, we give you a token of clean hands and clean heart. We are clean. You know that people in Liberia say, if you're going to speak equity, you should come with clean hands. So this is it: clean hands and clean heart. You
Absolutely.
See, it's spotless. Let me welcome Honorable Victor Nagbe. Welcome.
Hey, Mr. Gayman, it's good to be with you. Dr. Kromah, it's good to have you on set as well. And my brother Myean, how are you? And you and the crew in the back. Let me also welcome our audience here. Thanks for joining us. Don't make this a solitary engagement. Invite a friend. Come on, let's make a crowd. Let's watch the show. But it's good to be here.
Great. Dr. Soma, for those who don't know who Dr. Soma is, could you introduce yourself, your academic soldier, your research, and what makes Dr. Soma special?
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Dr. Soma I was born in Bon County.
Okay.
Yeah, Upper Bon County in Kokoya. But I grew up in Gibi and went to elementary school there, Buchanan, Christian High, Monrovia, Newport Street, WVA Torgbean, and then I moved to Zwedru and I graduated from
another cardinal here.
yes, yes, man. All my college degrees are in the United States, gotten from the United States, LaGuardia State University of New York, Michigan, Oklahoma, and then the Union Institute in Cincinnati, Ohio. If it comes to publication, I have written about 10 books, mostly on the histories of Liberia, focusing on Bassa, and then Liberia itself. Books in toxicology and environmental science, legend of the Bassa, I said that already. I have been an academic for more than 38 years. I started teaching at North Carolina A&T State University. As adjunct, then I went to assistant professor, associate professor, became chairman of the graduate department there. Then I made 39 trips to Liberia. Some of my contributions are the development of the Liberian study program, white paper to reorganize the Liberian military. I contributed to malaria eradication. That was my conference, our conference from Lahiti. We brought in $70 million for the Republic, wrote white paper. For other program, agriculture, that every county in Liberia has a specific productions of crop to feed ourselves. Other areas of education is to have specialty universities in Liberia, so we don't be redundant in what we do. I don't know how far I can go. I serve as vice president, WVA Torgbean, then serve as county president for Habel. I took Habel actually from nowhere to where it is today. Now it is the universities of Myean. I came back to the States here for surgery, and then when I learned, I had interim management team at my college, and so that was the end of the story. Presently, I am professor here at Benedict College, one of the oldest historical Black colleges and universities in Columbia, South Carolina, where I serve as the director for the environmental science program. There where I am right now, I don't know what else I'm leaving out. I'm a family person. I just celebrated my granddaughter's birthday. She is going to medical school. I love Liberia. I actually got into history because of the fake bias history that has been written from 1822. History that divides our people, that doesn't speak to our unity of purpose, who we are as Liberians, to make a meaningful contribution to the development of our republic. So this is Dr. Soma, son of the soil who loves the nation.
Thank you, Dr. Soma. It is an honor to have people like you, people like Mr. Nagbe, and the rest of the panelists here who have decided to give back to their country in every form, whether it is home or here. If you want to know whether Liberians are contributing to their country or the love of country, ask them for their SendWave account. And when you look at what each individual sends to Liberia, it is mind-boggling. And like you said, you have made 39 trips since the beginning of the new republic. That's a lot of travel. And you work your way up all the way to being president of Nagbe University. We want to salute you for what you have done. But tell us, why are you here today?
Well, I'm here to contribute, as I said, to the history of Liberia orally. I have been writing about Liberia. In fact, when I was the executive director of Liberian History, Education and Development, LAHIDE, in 2004, we have put out a call that if we have to have an inclusive history, it will take all Liberians from different ethnic backgrounds to come together to write the history. You can't think on any other person who could do it. You can rely on the United States, you can rely on England, but the Liberians themselves. That call led to a proposal for $5 million for Liberian history to be written. I heard the money came. Again, I heard the money came to the Johnson administration. I don't know what happened to it. So I decided to say, look, when the war ended, there was a conversation. The question at that time was, why Liberia fought the war? Of people who never knew war before, of this magnitude, who have said, Liberia is my home, I will die here, I am not going anywhere. I won't move to Guinea. I won't move anywhere. I learned that Monkey Brown, one of the best goalkeepers in the history of Liberia, was asked to leave to go to a foreign country. He refused and stayed in Liberia. So why we won the war? We had war in Uganda. They put a Syria front, Egypt and other places. And we said to ourselves, it will never come here, never come to Liberia. So why we fought? Other people came up with all kinds of hypotheses and theories and all that kind of stuff. To me, the misinterpretation of our history, the biases in the history of Liberia, and other people try to control other people, not writing history to bring us together. Derogatory words like the pediment is, Basel man too proud, VAR people do this, Crown people do this. Is there anything that can bring Liberians together? Any contribution? So since the money was not available, I decided to write the book. From 2014, as I said, I went all over Liberia. I spoke with different people in Liberia, different ethnic groups. Then I researched what European and missionaries have written on Liberia. Then I went to anthropology, sociology. I went to the Bible. I went all over. And this is a product of roots and routes, where though known today as Liberians, where did we come from? That's what I'm here to share with the Liberians.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our Dean of the Cabinet, Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be on the show. Let me say a very wonderful good evening to Dr. Soma. Look forward to having a very good interaction with you this evening on the show. I'm delighted to be on tonight. I've been having some little engagement today. I have to tend to some things today, so some things very important that I've been turned into. So, but I'm very glad to be on the show and to interact with Dr. Soma. Dr. Soma, we look forward to having a very interactive conversation with you.
So the topic today is the route. Is it the route first or the route first?
And the route,
Okay.
the ROOT first.
Okay, the routes and then the routes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Nagbe, you're going to find out today where you are well rooted and how you routed yourself to river or to Kipamas.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Jerome. Thank you, Dr. Soma. It'll be interesting today. I really look forward to, being educated by you about, how we got in the Republic of Liberia. But first of all, I like you to go back a little bit. In your intro, you spoke about a lot of falsehoods and misrepresentations by various historians or so. Are you familiar with the works of Dr. C. Patrick Barrows, Joseph T. Guanum? Where would you put such people in your classification of those who you think may have misrepresented the telling of the Liberian story?
Well, what I can speak to is that most of their work, if you grew up in Liberia, it was written as if the histories of Liberia started in 1822. The second one is that on the arrival of the ACS and the settlers, the notion, the prevalent belief at that time was that they were coming to a primitive, hideous, uncivilized people on the west coast of Africa. It is even reflected in our national anthem. Sometimes when I listen to it, I want to regurgitate. Benighted race? Who are you talking about? So the historians, I'm not here today to actually focus on each person to critique them, because they are not the only historians who wrote and continue to repeat writing those things. Even the Dory Banks, her major was in sociology, and she wrote our history that became the cornerstone, the Matilda Newport, and all those stuff that were celebrating in Liberia. Indigenous were encroaching on our lands, and they took guns and they fire at them. Who are the people that were firing and killing? So what I'm saying is, people wrote based on the interpretations of European history. That was the focus. But how about free Liberia? Where did the people come from? When we say independence or age of a nation, free Liberia is older than the United States of America. We had kingdoms, we had government, we had institutions, universities, what they call Butch School. That's the name they gave it. The Poro and the Sandy. If you read my book, those were universities. Those were the pillars of our civilizations. The invention that we made. People from Liberia crossed the sea and went to Mexico in boats. The Mende, all the way going to Freetown, all the places were Liberia. But we lost 177,000 square miles of land to Guinea or to the French and the British. So what happened to pre-Liberia? We look at the world or the universe and say 14.5 billion years old. The universe, 14.5 billion. And the earth is 4.5 billion. If we look at the evolutions of humanity, 250,000 years ago, on the continent of Africa, we built civilizations in Egypt and other places, Nubia, Ethiopia, ASEAN, Songhai, Ghana, Mali. You are talking about thousands of years of sophisticated civilizations from which all the ethnic groups in Liberia migrated to what we call Liberia today. You're going to jump over that all that contributions and you always read about ACS. So maybe their writing was, I don't know, they had to respond to that. Look, he who controls the narratives control the minds of the people. And that's what the Europeans have done to us. They read our history, and other people will follow their history and say what they have said from the beginning. I think that is an appropriate response to your question. There will come a time if we have to focus on history one by one. I am prepared to do that.
Thank you. Myean, we have Truth in Ink in the back. Dr. Soma, where do you want us to begin?
Well, you have my my PowerPoint. I sent it to you.
Yes. Okay. Myean, can we profile? Can you put up the PowerPoint, please? While he's queuing it, talk to us a little bit about the Liberia that we know today. Who were those that can claim? I'm not talking about the European. Well, let's talk about what did this demarcation do to us? This drawing of the line that says Liberia starts here, ends there, from west to east, south to north. What did that do to us as a people?
You see, what I try to avoid here today is to move ahead with all laying the foundation.
Okay.
All right. Because that's what that's what we have been doing over and over and over. And we don't lay the foundations of our people, those who came to become Liberians, especially the indigenous. Then now we can focus on those who came from the Caribbean, those who came from the United States, those who came from Brazil and other places who came to Liberia, those who came from the Congo. Then we can focus on that. But who are the people who built a civilization that lasted for 400 years? From the 1400 or 500 BC, Hanover, Carthage, and who are the people that are in Liberian history today? Where did they come from? That is where I prefer to begin.
Okay.
To actually lay that foundation.
Great.
So
we are queuing it. It will soon be up.
Okay.
I think we are in for a treat. We will put this up and we'll go slide by slide. So like you said, you will lay the foundation. Okay, they are queuing the slide. But Dr. Soma, you have been in the Greensboro area for a while, and you have done a lot of work at the different universities and other organizations. I know I was at a retreat where you interacted with, I think it was a malaria thing, with the Jimmy Carter Foundation and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I don't know whether it's part of this particular presentation, but I just wanted the folks to just get a gist of the kind of work you have done for the Republic. I know it's not going to be part of this; it's totally different. But let the folks know what you have done with this huge organization for us.
Well, look, when the war ended, we wanted to prove to the world that not all Liberians are criminals or corrupt or lazy, intellectually lazy, not all Liberians. We wanted to prove to the world that some of us love our country regardless of our location. So we organized Liberian studies, Liberian history, and education and development, and we call it LAHIDI. The first challenge before us was, how can democracy survive in Liberia after the war when you have an African child dies every 30 seconds? So we challenge the war. Democracy will never until we do something about malaria. For that reason, we wrote almost all the senators and representatives in the United States, man. We even wrote a Pope. Denis Sassou Nguesso. At that time, he was the AU or OAU chairman. Akufo of Ghana. We wrote Europe, the European team. Jeffrey Sachs in New York. That program you used to see, they say, nothing but malaria. Nothing but nets, rather. I went to the CDC. I made a presentation there. Global Fund. We force the conscience of the world. I challenge the United States and other people. You DDT. Panama. Construction. World War I, World War II. Malaria killed more people. Why Africa? And they said DDT was dangerous. But you use it though. Where the debate went until we had one of the largest malaria conference in Liberia. When the war ended, people were afraid. I used to go to Liberia 39 times up to 2010. Then lately, I was able to organize people like Dr. Emmett Dennis, who became the president of the University of Liberia. And at that conference, President Bush had already decided to hear our plea for that money, that $70 million that I'm talking about. Thanks to Slewion Topa, thanks to Nathaniel Beseji, the like of Yensia, all we work as seriously, Zumo, Mariah, Seaton, and we got to Liberia. Do you know that the president who agreed to welcome Joe that would took from Liberia, she didn't step there. They said, Dr. Soma had brought a lot of people in the country, he's going to disgrace us. Disgrace you? You came out of 14 years civil war. So we went to the UN embassy. We didn't know what they call us for. We were joking ourselves. They said, maybe they're going to take our green cards away and all that kind of stuff and things like that. And then they kept him open. Liberia had received $70 million because of your advocacy. There were no minister or help there. Besides Tobo Nyensia. Those are some of the work we did in Liberia, and some people don't know. You go to Liberia today, you say, Dr. Soma, maybe only a few people.
So I heard the theme, nothing but net. How did they come up with that name, nothing but net?
Well, the proposal was that they should use net to control mosquitoes. My argument was, you have to consider the anthropological understanding of a disease before you treat it. If you don't understand the anthropological aspects of a disease, it cannot be treated. Because disease is culturally defined. So how can you ask someone to sleep on the net if the person believes that when they died, they wrap them with a net before burying them? So I'm living now. You want me to sleep under the net? That's why in places in other African countries, they cut the net into pieces. They never slept on it. Because when somebody dies, you should wrap them with net. So somebody came up with a Band-Aid solution to supply Africa with nets. It's not going to work. You have to go to the source of the disease and eliminate it. the vector, the source, and the target. Those three things. When you caught one, there'll be no disease. I mean, we all studied that in medical school or in occupational safety and health and toxicology. Dose and respond. You see? So that's how they came up with that. But you know, when you're working with people, you gotta work with them until you can convince them. If they can invent vaccine for other diseases, how about malaria? My point was, because malaria is a poor man's disease, that's why they didn't care. And man, we make and cause noise. We wrote, but the money came, and the waiting happens in Liberia. You don't know what it is about this, our beloved country. So that's what the name of the.
Okay, you name the three sources that need to be addressed before
The source.
The source, okay.
The vector.
Okay.
And then the target.
Okay, so let's start with the source. How you the scientist here, you the environmental science. When you say source, what do you mean?
Source means that every mosquito that comes in your room, or whoever that person is, coming from the water, or 1 mile radius. If in that 1 mile radius there is no water there, you are free of mosquitoes. Okay? So you got to look for, quote unquote, where they breed, where they live, and fight them from there, and they won't be able to come to suck and divide that, quote unquote, plasmodium. But people were not looking at that. They just said go sleep under the bed. I mean the bed net, where you can sleep there all day or all night. The mosquito will say, come looking for you. There where the whole intellectual academic discussion came from. So my question was, hey, you can't teach this in the classroom. You can't do this in other countries. And then when it comes to Liberia, to the Africans, you had different proposal. There's a double standard. You're not applying the anthropological understanding of the disease, and you are only pushing bed nets. It's not going to work. I don't care how many money you spend on bed nets.
Wow.
But it was an easier way.
Okay. Mr. Nagbe, we are talking about some serious stuff here. This is my first time hearing about the source. That water within 1 mile radius, if you wanted to address the mosquito issue. Your take on this so far before we go to the better and the other stuff?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm kind of shocked here listening to the doctor because I mean at the doctoral level, and I'm not suggesting that all of the people that he worked with are people of doctoral qualifications, but I mean, if you're gonna do, research, whether it is, research method or whatever it is, qualitative or quantitative, one of the things you learn is cultural intelligence.
Yes.
And so I don't understand. Are you telling me that you had a group of people?
Yes.
There you go.
So
every time you come with a problem.
Yeah.
But it's multitasking, my brother. Multitasking.
Okay, tell that girl to keep quiet. Victor, go ahead, Len.
So don't mind this man who's been bit by a CDC bug. Anyway, Doc, let's go on with our conversation.
Yes, let me welcome Truth in Ink. Truth, we have Dr. Soma here, and we are talking, today we are going to be talking about roots and routes. And he's going to educate us on it. He sent us the PowerPoint, and Myean is trying to cue it. But in the meantime, there you go.
Yeah. So I will continue my question on the other side of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Dr. Soma? I think we are ready.
Sure. Is it the best that we can get?
It looks like yes. I mean,
Okay.
we're not at your university with all your high tech. Well, is it blurry?
Well, I'm not seeing all the, but I'll improvise. Okay.
Oh yes, no. I think this. We're going by slide, right? This is the first slide.
Oh, what happened?
Okay, Myean. I think it should be. There you go. Okay, much better, right?
All right. We will, as I said.
Okay.
What I wanted to do here is to look at, okay, right there. Okay, right there. To look at our beginning. Liberia doesn't exist in vacuum. You cannot read a history of a nation in vacuum. Liberia is a part of humanity. Whether you believe in the creations of beings or in the evolution theory, wherever you believe in or you can put it, Liberia is not a separated island. So I wanted to go back to history and look at Imo early migrations. We had 3 outstanding theories that I'm going to address. And I don't want to make it too academic, so if I put some bastard and better words in there, forgive me. That's my country, that's my language. The first one here is out of Africa theory. This is very important to understand Liberian history. It says, by all the scientists in the world, including black and white, yellow and brown, collectively, they say and agree upon that every human being on the planet Earth came from Africa. All of us, we came from Africa. And then we went to other parts of the world. I will come to that slide when we get there. The next theory is what they call last universal common ancestor. Again, scientists from all over the world agreed that every creature on the earth came from a single cell, and that cell divided. Where? Africa. If that is the case, the Garden of Eden is Africa. What I had done here is some people, some historian and other people, normally they are confused. These dates, I'm not seeing it well, so maybe I will look at my PowerPoint here myself. We have the AD amino. Okay, very good. Thank you. Amino. Okay, right there. Domini. It means in the year of our Lord, the year of Jesus Christ, the time that he was born. When other people write, historian, they will say CE, the common era, is also equivalent to AD, the first one that I just read. Or you're going to see BC, before Jesus Christ. You were here in Liberian history, 520 BC, 510 BC, Hanoa Carthage. That was 500 years before Jesus Christ was born. That's what they're talking about. Then you come to BCE, and that is, you can go to Nyenwolo 1 AD. There was this monk that came up with this calendar. It has nothing to do with Africa. It has nothing to do with Ethiopia. He sat in his sanctuary and he worked on that calendar. Then the BCE, before Common Era, or BC, the Latin people were also ready small c. That is a abbreviation, as you can see over there. It calls Seca. It's a Latin word. It means approximately. So if I would say slavery lasted circa 450, I'm saying approximately. I want for us to understand this order as we move ahead. Let's go to the second slide. Remove. Let's up. Go up. Okay.
Right there. There you go. Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay.
So my mission here is to bridge the gap in Liberian history. To bridge that gap. Recognize that history, how we are connected, intertwined, how we are one people. Whether you're yellow, you're brown, you're blue, it doesn't matter where you're coming from. When the earth got hot or heated 4.5 billion years ago and it cooled off, according to the theory, everything destroyed with one cell remaining. It doesn't go against the Bible. But there was a survivor, and out of that survivor, creation came. And then to challenge this narrative that Liberia was just a group of primitive people. They didn't have no civilizations. They needed to be Christianized. But whose definition that a person doesn't know God? And then what I would do is to stop at the motivations of the ACS. Did they really want to build a nation? Were they serious? Did they really want for the settler to survive in Liberia? What were they planning? How well did they plan? Where were the schools and roads and universities? Where were the medical doctors? Why they followed them? 24 years of Commonwealth. There where I want to end this lecture today because, as I said, we cannot do everything. Let us move down a little bit. Okay, right there. This chart, just leave it right there for now. This particular chart out of Africa theory, as you can see it over there, somewhere in the Rift Valley in Tanzania, they found one of the oldest fossil, Lucy. There isn't any fossil on the surface of the earth that come first than Lucy. The theory here is she is the mother of Eden, the womb from which every humanity came from. And over millions of years, they begin to travel to other parts of the world. Why? People move because of diseases. Sometimes where you are located, there's a breakout and other people will move. Other people moved because of adventure. They want to see new places. Other people moved because of pull, P-U-L-L. Everybody want to come to the U.S. Most of the people in other countries, they want to come here. Why? The country is pulling you. Something there that you like. There are so many reasons, but those are the three historical reasons why people migrate from one place to another. And so for the next 60 to 70,000 years, this was not just one day they just move and that was it. No. It was gradation, step by step. Maybe somebody went to hunt an elephant, he killed an elephant, and he alone couldn't cut it. You know, he came to town, he said, hey, look, let's go to my farm. The bastard man would say, grain, I'm a grain. Or the pellet man would say, banga, kukali banga. And if you're here and you want to sit down in Mano and Kisi is fine with me. So then after cutting the elephant, those people would remain right there and build another town. This was the process. And it came to the mass movement of the Bantu. Other people went to India. Other people went to China. You got black people in Japan, Australia, India. My visit to India, I saw the Basa. In fact, I took a picture with them. I have it here with me. The Africans had crossed the Atlantic Ocean and built up civilizations in Mexico. The Mende. They have pyramids in Peru, Ecuador, Egyptian civilizations. We're going to come to that. But I want to focus just on the other Africa theory so that if anybody looks at you and try to define you or redefine you or ridicule you, tell them we all came from Africa from a single cell. It's not just coming from Dr. Soma. Research has been done. The evidence is there in the Bible. All the major rivers defined or described in the Bible, the Pihon, Gihon, Torgbean, and Euphrates. And the Nile River, that's what they call Pihon and Gihon, Blue and Nile River. It flows all the way from Burundi to Egypt. The Nile doesn't flow the other way. All right, keep that in mind. Let us now move on to our next theory gradually here. We all know that human beings, as you see it today, we all came from Africa, nowhere else. Keep going up slowly to the next chart. So as you can see there, the years that I was talking about, 600,000 or 700,000 years ago, Europe and Asia to Australia, and then to the Americas. If you were to go to Papua New Guinea, the culture of the Africans, you will see it there. The spiritual marking, you will see it there. The earrings, the nose rings, you will see it there. They're from Africa. Let's keep going to the next chart. Okay, right there. Right there. The next theory here is multi-regional theory. And I have talked about this, where the Africans, and let me make it clear here, Let me make it clear here. At a time in history, we never call ourselves Africans. We did not know a collective name for the continent. This African stuff will get to it. Just came recently. The word African was never used. That's why you don't see it in the Bible. You don't see it in any historical writing until recently. We're going to get to that. But as the black people or African, just to make things clear here, spread around the world in Asia and Europe, they begin to develop different culture, different understanding. They begin their own Adam to name trees and birds and creatures around them. We are all Adams. The Basel had the Basels. I hate to put S to it, but let me use it as a plural. As a Basel have, they are Adams. The Pele plural have, they are Adams. All the names of creatures and trees. Your environment will define you. The environment. You are the product of your environment. Let us understand that. So those who went to Europe, there was the ice age that lasted for 70,000 years. And the black brothers and sisters who had left the African continent and went to Europe begin to lose something called the middle name. That blackness, that beautiful blackness on your skin that we all on the show right now have, and other people listening to us. It's not a curse. It is divine, divinity. It's supernatural. It is sun-baked. That's what it had, a sun god, according to Egyptian history. If you see different color, it means people were living in cold region for all the years. 70,000 SH changed their color in places like Europe, the Caucasus Mountains and other places. Right? So the different civilization began to develop. Let me repeat. Those that are in Japan, in Europe, in India, in Australia, you got some good people over there. For any other person who want to be racist over there, they are not reading history, that we all share that commonality at one place. We all came from that divine spark that survived the cooling of the earth. Let's move to the next chart, and you can see below there, you will see 1.8 million years. This is nothing new here. Keep going. The most recent right there, okay, the more recent theory now, other people around the world who want to be divisive and racist and don't believe in the commonality of human being, they did everything until the theory just came out. It called our last universal common ancestor. What is it? The last. Like I said from the beginning, after 4.5 billion, I could say Saka, that small c with an A, or 4.2 billion, the earth was hot, it cools down, and the heat, the temperature. Just imagine the sun is 93 million miles away, and when you are not on the earth, when it's shining, just imagine the heat. So when the earth cools down, our common ancestor survived. It is from that. The bird, the snake, the worm, the tiger, the blue whale, we all came from that last Kromah. So if you look down there, you look at the chart there very keenly, you will see the various years. You will see the single cells, multicellular organism, and so forth. So they use the word Luca. If you hear the word newly Luca, it means it doesn't matter who you are, birds or human being, we have something in common. Let's keep going. Right there. Here, what I want you to learn here, of order to learn here, is that not everybody left Africa. Those that went to Europe and all the places that I have named, they were developing. But some left in Africa. The fundamental question here is, what did they do? Were they sitting down to wait for other people to come colonize and get a language to speak? Were they waiting for Europeans to bring them what? Sugars and oil to build our roads? This is very critical for people to understand that those who left in Africa built some of the greatest civilization, oh yeah, of course, history, greatest civilization ever. And they had a government that was not multi-party government. I want for people to understand that. Today you get to our country, the noise, the opposition noise, mother cuss, father cuss, abusing one another. That was not the Africa that we read about. We didn't have political party that voiced or divergent view did not lead to the formations of a political party. Never ever. We belong to a non-adversarial system of governance under the Poro and the Sandy. Today, during those days, when they say all men, let us follow the road to clean the road, build new bridge, you better be there. If we have problems, we went in the grove, the sacred grove, under the big tree. What did that tree represent? The cotton tree has something called sap, S-A-P, the last root. You see, look at this. That's what people they are calling our common. Our common. The tree has branches. Our diversity. The African or the black people knew that long time ago. The new government. I want to say that clearly, the new government. Because when the ACA came, they said Liberia did not have a government, even though they were warned that if you arrive where you are going, you are going to see an established government. The ACA were told. I know for a number of hours we had fought over this other one. When you read people history, for the history they wrote, it sounded like, what you're running around, we had nothing to do. That government. Now look at all the various civilizations up there. Kingdoms. Africa was smelting iron. Go to Tanzania. The evidence is there. We built the first ever university, Tumbutu. And first, a lady in Morocco built a university. The representation of the Sandy. You got people in our country that know so much book that as soon as they are educated, they turn on the institution. They want to destroy it. I mean, I revise curriculum here. I don't destroy the curriculum. I don't revise it. How about medicine? More than 500,000 people died around the world from atogenesis, the mistake from the doctor, and 1.8 million will die from what? Antibiotics. Do you suggest that it should destroy the hospital? But as soon we get some kind of education, we turn on the very same culture, civilization that gave birth to the world. Every religion in the world today came from Africa. No question about that. And after that, 70,000 years in Europe, in the core area, what we consider to be European were devastated. They begin to re-migrate toward Africa. And we're going to get to that. Some people say, oh, well, you guys talk about the great civilizations about Africa, and what are they doing now? Well, you came there. There is no other person on the surface of the earth that has suffered for 450 years. Death and destruction and degradation. Stolen culture that built these civilizations, they were stolen. Colonize their language so they can communicate properly. Destroy their institutions. Look what the British did to Benin. Benin was so developed until they became jealous and burned the whole place down. Look what the Germans did in Tanganyika. Almost 80,000 people, they murdered them. Tell me, who on the surface of the earth has suffered the way the African had and continue to be? Don't take it from me. Yeah, are the civilizations. Can primitive people build the type of civilization? We're going to go through, then you're going to see some of the structure in Egypt and other parts of Africa. They have their own medical doctors, made no mistake. In Egypt, the Greek and the Romans came there to learn. In fact, they were jealous, they were afraid that the Africans were getting more advanced. Why you think they burned the library? Why? Well, if these people were primitive, if we came from a primitive background before coming to Liberia, how did we do this? That is a challenge to the historian who had written before. I don't got to go punch you in the face. The evidence is right there. Let's go to the next chart.
Can we ask where or we should finish?
I don't know the format of your of the show.
Yeah, we are running out of time, but yes, go ahead. If you have any question, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback with the. I'm sorry, the name not showing. Could you please state the name? I'm sorry, sir.
Dr. Soma.
Yeah, that. Thank you so much. Beautiful presentation. I was just that way to the issue about the culture and aspect, particularly so trying to highlight Africans' civilization as the bedrock of whatever that is today. And I just disagree. If you look at Africa today, it's people still linger in some of the most destitute aspects of civilization. It should reflect development. It should reflect an upgrade in whatever it is, ice, rules, and everything. So how do we be so proud of perhaps maybe say culture of Africa when of course we haven't seen an advancement as we speak today? So for example, If you went to other parts of the world, maybe you look at the European and American Industrial Revolution, all those different things, you saw a progression. You saw a progression culture, the culture to the you saw a progression in a way of life. Contrary to that, so for example, you went to Buddha as well. Yeah. How many universities today in Africa, most of the scientific, logical that today could perhaps shape the entire generation? So, secondly, you talk about government. I don't know how can we be so proud of such a government in Africa when, of course, the issue of slavery started right there in Africa. So, except what it might be used for government, the government for the people.
Ahmed, your audio is bad.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You are.
I think to some degree you are misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the current government.
Did you?
I was
Were you able to hear him clearly? Because I couldn't.
I didn't hear everything, but I heard some.
For correction, I'm not referring to a specific government. No. I'm talking about in general.
Hold on. But that's what I'm saying.
Sarah, can you hear me, Gayman?
You were still breaking up.
Oh my God, but I think I will just pass, man, because I don't know what else to do.
Can you go and come back in, maybe?
Okay, I think.
Yeah, please go out and come back. Yeah, Doc. Yeah, we got about 30 minutes here.
Okay.
Can we expedite so we can go, because most people want to know how we got to Liberia. That's what they are waiting for here.
So, this slide right here is to show you some of the civilization. You see Benin right there. You see Egypt. My point here is that no primitive people would be able to build such a civilization. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go.
The next slide, please.
Is he hearing all his? You look like he's discussing.
Yeah, let me see here. We are having problem with our technology. Myean, let's move this slide a little bit.
I think he's doing it now. Oh.
We are having
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Myean, can we?
Am I clear?
Yes. Yes, you are much clearer.
All right. So I will just restrict the question to that slide you just showed, the pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to know how you want to refer to that as civilization. What impact it is. I would think the people had enough slaves and forced. It wasn't like a building. How did it help the people live? I would think that's exactly the context in which we should define what civilization is.
All right.
An advancement and a coming. Civilization, advancement of a people, an advancement of living conditions, culture. What exactly, except suspicion, nothing something that anybody can point to say, okay, what it was. Back in the day, car stripper. So what exactly? I cannot qualify on the context of.
You're not asking questions, you're rambling, and you become defensive. You're rambling. Ask a question and I will respond to it. The civilization, everything has a beginning. I can explain to you that for 450 years, Africa was enslaved. 450 years. Their civilization were destroyed. It like burning somebody's house and say, why are you sleeping outside? This is the question that you are posing. That is the history they wrote. When they wrote the history, why they didn't take this stuff into consideration?
Okay, Doc, that's the next one.
All right. So as you can see, Zimbabwe, Mali, where most people came from, Benin is right there. the empires of Ghana. So let's move to the next slide. You going again?
Myean, let's move to the next slide.
He has to pay attention.
Let's next slide, please. Myean, are you listening?
Okay, if we can't get him quickly here, we talk about Nubia, Hanoa, Carthage, the Nok civilizations in Nigeria, Asium, Ghana, Kutch, Mali, Sudan, Zimbabwe, Oyo. There were so many civilizations that our people passed through and contributed to their constructions. If we say Benin, we mean Dahomey. Those were the kind of names that they used during those days. And then they arrived at something called the Medagila Pepper civilization. Today, where Liberia is located, we are known for our advancement in that area. We traded with the Dutch, the German, the Italian. So many people came. The Portuguese. We traded with all the people. Most of the names in Liberia today are reflective of our engagement with different people. So who are we when we say we are Liberians? We are part of the human origin, as I discussed already. You heard about the other Africa theory. Some of our people remain in Africa and they build civilizations. And then we'll talk about the multi-regional theories and why in what is known today as Liberia, you have the Bassa, the Bele, what they call the Kwa, the Grebo, the Mende, the Sapo, the Pele, Kisi, Pribo, Bui, Va, the Wong, Ma, Dan, Bandi, and the Cloud. So there where I want to end it today. And then the establishment of the Republic of Liberia in 1822. My task here today was to drill you through our migration, the different civilizations that we passed through before coming in here in our own, what they call corner in Liberia, or the different counties, how we settled there. If I had the opportunity to come back next time, I will be able to discuss that. But that brings me to my conclusion. I want all to know, I repeat here, where did we come from? Who are we? Where did we pass? How? What did we do there? All right? That is my task. On my chat here is ended. So if you have questions, you can ask, and we will keep it civic.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got the gist of the topic today is the roots and migration of our people. And obviously, we don't want to make it academic. It is not a history course, and we don't want to be here all day. But let me go back to where is Hamed? He had a question for you.
I think I made internet struggling. I was asking before the PowerPoint.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Soman. Thank you so much for that pretty comprehensive history of human evolution. Can you tell briefly where we in Liberia? I'm not sure if you did that. How did we come here? I want to know where the Krupo, the Grebo people in Liberia. How did we get in Liberia?
Well, look, for the Cloud, what they call crew today.
Right.
They say more clanyon. They say more crunyon. Say more clanyon.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And the Glebo, and the Basa, Sapo, we are the same people. We are the same people. We came from current day Ethiopia. During those days, they used the word Kush or Cush or Abyssinia. Abyssinia. If you read the Bible, that will be there. Remember though, as I said from the beginning, we all have one point of migration, that Rift Valley in Tanzania. Then we begin to move. We were not there overnight. This is why when the Cloud, the Bassa, the Sapo, the Kran, all we say now, but before we say something here now, so we listen to the phonetic, the pronunciation of be, door, so, chicken. They are words, words that we share. Based on that, we know where we came from. And the word that people use, or one specific word that they use today, is the KWA. The now, that way of talking, of greeting, with the you, mo, o. So we look at that and put that into a category. Now remember that there's something called the Bantu, B-A-N-T-U. The word ba, B-A, mean father, and N-T-U mean the people. So for example, you say, who are you? You will say, Mo, Nyenwolo. I mean, I am the person of the how our people then used to do, used to say that. Secondly, the country or the place that you laid about your nation was your last name. Like my dad would say, Mo Buru Soma. Buru is a kingdom, but I'm Soma from Buru kingdom. So we need to look at the ways that our people, and look, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to belittle anybody here, European. My point is, you have to understand the culture of the people. How are they using the words? This is why in the book, I only limit 2 major ethnic groups. I know other people can, look, that's what I saw and that's what I wrote. Because you can't say, for example, the men, or they will say, menez-vous, tam village java na nolo men da men fere men na pour me 10, P-O. But other people can say vous. Either the poo and the vous are the same thing. The only thing is maybe you and I will separate it by geography, by rivers and mountain. So I say poo and you say vous. Does that make it to be different? The division in the history. Simple thing. Gameboy came up with this stuff. But I'm challenging every Liberian. If you can go to your great-grandfather, what did your father tell you about Nimi? The first name and last name that we're using today, is that what we use in Liberia? That was not a pattern. So what I'm saying to you is that we left that particular region. Then we came to a place called Cameroon. From Cameroon, we came to River State in Nigeria. At that time, it was not Nigeria. The Biafra War, where Ojukwu fought, were part of the Cloud and the Bassa, trying to get our independence, and the we and all the other people in there. So it was gradation. It was not just one shot that they traveled from what I'm talking about, the Rift Valley coming to Abyssinia, Koch, and all the other places. And they just arrived in Liberia. They passed to Togo and Ghana. If you go to Togo, they call it the Basari. You go to Ghana, the same thing, the Basari. The Basari and the Ba, all the way from Ethiopia to where we are today. So that is our migration pattern. But remember, as we migrated, some people left behind. Some people married other people. There were new words and languages created. So sometimes, well, is it that they put that in Cameroon, do they speak the same Bassa? No, they're not going to speak the same Bassa exactly, but they got names. There's a fellow here that plays soccer ball with me. They need a cheer. He's from Cameroon. Cheer, don't we have Dana cheer in Liberia? We got Zulu in Liberia, in Grand Jeddah. There's Zulu in South Africa. How did that happen? Is it an accident? The guy who was the Myean guy, who was the number 10 for Cameroon, either the number 10 or number 7, Cameroon. He needed Myean guy. Don't we have Myean guy from Gibi? Look at these names and the way we bury our people. The drum, the type of drum that we use, either under the arm or between the legs. We carry our history with us, in us, and we should dig it and not rely on what was told by other people and read to us. So to answer your question, all the way from Abyssinia, you can add Angola. Some of them went back to Angola area there, but some came all the way until they reached to what is known today as the Republic of Liberia.
Wow. What's about the Mende?
The Mende.
And who are the Mende people?
Well, you got M-A-N-D-E and you get M-E-N-D-E. But okay, so you had the Ende group and then you have the language. All right. Remember though, Sudan civilization, what they call Koch. And I play this. What I want to imagine here is you're not just talking about a little town. Like recently, I don't know, maybe you guys have been following this stuff. There have been a huge debate. The size of Africa. You see again how those who drew Africa, they kind of compress Africa to be so small right there. When you stand in the classroom, what does that tell you? It makes you to look like you're nothing, you're small. But if you want to take China, America, Russia, you can put them in Africa and say, bring me more country. Someone will say CUSH or KUSH. It's not just a single place. Like I said, the Nile River from Burundi all the way to Egypt, it was a huge civilization. There were the Mende ethnic groups in Liberia today coming from. The Pele. When you pray, you say Amen. A-M-E-N. What kind of word is that? It's in the Bible. That's not an English word. That's an African word. May it be so. Ngamui. So we look at different words and tradition. Look at the way the people in Sudan, southern Sudan, when they are dancing, look at them, look at that dance, that way of dancing. Okay, we look at all of that. So there were the many, the left. Now, you push me ahead and we say we don't have time. What caused it was the invasion of the Moroccan. The Arabs that came through Morocco, they attacked Egypt, okay? And they were looking for wealth. Look, people don't believe what Africa has contributed to global civilization. We are the only people who have never gone on any other person's show, looking for food, looking for diamond, looking for gold. People came to our shows. If we didn't have anything, we were just for nothing. People didn't have government and resources and couldn't do anything. Why did they come to our continent in the first place? That invasion was facilitated because they had guns. Guns have been invented in China by Garguah. And the Portuguese went there and stole that secret. That's how, when they got to Africa, had it not been done, I'm telling you right now, the history is bright and clear. They could not have conquered the continent of Africa. But without guns, there was nothing that the African could do. You see people fighting over knees when the knees are not there. But look at the vast material. I'm telling you, the cell phone that you and I are using right now, and the technology that you and I were using right now is from the Congo. The Cotrin is from the Congo. If it's not the Congo, you and I will not be sitting here. Do you think they're gonna make them have peace? They were meant to fight among themselves. Who killed Patrick Lumumba? You say, or people say we don't have good government, but when we put good government there, you kill them. Who killed Saddam? Who killed Torgbean? Who now behind Traore? Michelle, Samora Michelle. Do you know the most violent organizations outside of Africa that seek the heads of our presidents? Who formed a democracy is that? Who formed a government is that? It's not a European form of government. They designed it. They promoted it. So before you question the Africa, what the African people have not developed, you question the system that put them into slavery for 450 years and brought their governments and changed their language and their way of life. I think that should be the argument.
Okay. Doctor, let me welcome the only female in our group, Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, we are getting our earful of history, the Cloud people, the Mende, how we got here, who we are. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. I want to say thank you to our guests for coming on to educate us, and I also want to say thank you to our followers. I'm listening. The conversation is very interesting, and I'm just enjoying listening to what he has to say. So I will continue to follow on. Thank you.
Thank you. Myean, can you
ask my question now?
Yeah, Myean, let's take the slide off. Yes, go ahead. Truth.
Yeah, so I'll ask you one direct. So there is this general perception in Liberia, and I want you to help perhaps identify where and why did it start. There is this general perception that Mandingos are foreigner, they're not part of the Liberian tribal system and stuff like that. Until recently, many would say that we're Myean citizens, something like that. But just for the education, could you tell me perhaps what might have led to that perception, considering that we had King Saboso, a Mandingo man who was there from the founding of the country and other stuff, but why you think that perception evolved?
That perception is what we're discussing here, not knowing your history. That's what I said when the war ended. This was a very touchy question. How can you say that the Mandingo are not citizens of Liberia? We lost 177,000 square miles to the French. Look at your map, right? It looks a while like a B. You see how the map of Liberia looking there? It's coming all the way deep to Lofa. You talk to me now.
Yeah.
President recently, this man used to be in the habits of giving away land. President Torgbean. Okay. Also, go to the reason why we have this quick independent of Liberia.
Doctor, can you move to your right a little bit?
Okay. This way?
There you go. Yeah, a little more.
More?
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Do you know why we have Flag Day on August the 24th and Independence Day on July the 26th? Because we're not prepared. They had taken half of our land. And then Joseph Jingenrawa went to the British and said, hey, pay taxes. And the British said to him, no, we can't get you no money. You're not a country, you are an NGO. Do you know one of the presidents of Liberia resigned because we lost our land? The place you call Guinea today, there were no such place at Guinea. They were part of Liberia and the Mandingos were there. And most of our people migrated from the Malayan Empire. We passed through Mali. So what is your demarcation when you say the Mandingo, they are not Liberian? It's going to start where, to Bon Kante? Or where?
So
yeah.
So yeah.
So answer the question. No, hold on. Because we need to understand it because people don't understand it and they continue to say it. The Mandingo are citizens by geography. Recently, they even took the Mende from there. Why were you taking Mende from there? Because you gave Chevron Island to the British. It means that the people should not claim They are citizens to Liberia? So to answer your question, they are.
Great.
By
Yes.
virtue of the fact that our original boundaries.
Yes, so I am aware they are, and I do know that. I do know that there's a lack of history there. I'm just saying to you, perhaps you might have researched that of all of the tribes, of all of the tribes that come from different places, why you think this particular tribe was singled out as being not part of Liberia? That is my question. Where you think that
Get my charger back.
Somebody,
This charger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
who's that?
So get my charger
No,
back.
go ahead, Doc.
Look, there are norms, mores, and culture. Okay? You need to take that into consideration. There are religious factors. You have people who marry within their kinship. Okay? You have people who do that. They don't go outside. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. It is lack of understanding. If not every citizen, even if it's not just unique to Liberia, that they will marry outside of their lineage. That one of the reasons the Fulani and mostly the Mandingo, they don't marry any other person. So people just think their social behavior doesn't represent or doesn't look like the other populations in Liberia. Do you know that the survey of Liberia did not reach until 1864? Anybody have heard about the annexing? This is how we lost a lot of land and a lot of people to the other powerful country. Masandu and all the places that you're talking about, as I said, they were part of Liberia. It is our laziness. Everything is in Monrovia. They didn't go in the hinterland. The people were there. And they traveled together. Or because they didn't reach to Monrovia first at the sea coast, there are other people contention. But it was the homes of other people. At 177,000 square miles plus 143,000 square miles, you will know the size of Liberia. And then you will have the conversation.
I got a quick question.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on the show and educating us on these things. I think I read or I heard about why Africa has continued to be behind, because I just want you to throw a little light on it if you can. Sarah, I think few men from London, from Europe, came together in a meeting and left Africa out of the meeting and decided that they would suppress Africa because they knew that Africa had all the resources. And from that time on, they have been suppressing our continent and making sure that we don't benefit from anything. But everything that they have, like in London or other places, their gold and things, it's from here, it's from Africa. But they went during that time of slavery, they went ahead and had a meeting that Africa, because it's rich, it was going to make sure that it doesn't prosper. What do you know about that? Because I just want you to give a little light on it if you can.
Yes. That conference was called the Berlin Conference, the Dopoh Conference in 1884 to 1885.
Okay.
Europe, London, the Netherlands, all right, the German.
Right.
In fact, the conference was in Germany. Can you imagine baby country like Belgium?
Can
Where
you
you can hold
imagine?
you can hold your stomach, your breath, and you jump over Belgium. They kill 20 million people.
Wow.
They cut off their hands. Supposed to full for 20 million people. All right. So they got together.
Yep.
Africa was not present.
Yep.
They didn't want petition Africa. They were the United States of Africa. We didn't use that word, but we were united with one form of government that are different. There were no political party, no adversary government. You research it from the day God created us to that day. It was with our form of government that will build civilizations. All right. After that continent, France owned the whole of Africa.
Wow.
The German had Togo, Tanganyika, Namibia, English, Nigeria, Gambia, Ghana. The plan was, and the plan is today, that they will destabilize Africa until we are now united and all our mineral resources will be stolen. You watch, your country just discovered something called lithium. Liberia just discovered lithium. It worth $3 billion. Not million, 3 billion. But I'm telling you, it's more than that. See how they're going to use Liberia. Whether you're going to get what they call 5 cents out of it. This have been the habits of the European who don't know that. Like I said from the very beginning, my dear sister, Africa had never been on anybody's show asking for food. Until they arrive, we did not go enslaving people. Show me one slave fort that was built by African on the continent of Africa. Like I said, all good leaders in Africa have been killed by coup. Who created coup in Africa? Where coup coming from? Coup d'etat. So to answer your question, you are right. That's what happened.
Wow. So what solution or what advice or solution you think you can proffer all, to us or to our leaders in order to curtail this problem? Because this is, I mean, a lot of African leaders now have begun to open their eyes to see what's going on. Some of them are standing their ground and they are, fighting for their resources. So our country now, like you said, we already discovered lithium. But we saw that our president came to America and was asking the American government to come and reassess our stuff. So how do you think that's going to play in order for us to get maximum benefit from our resources?
You know when the war ended? I wrote a book on Nyenwolo Goma, History Migrations of the Bassa. And in there, I said we need non-partisan in Liberia for to survive.
We need what?
Non-partisan government in Liberia.
Okay.
Their noise, abusing one another. Oh my goodness, the type of government you have there. They talk more than they do. They don't come together and plan together. So what Europeans had done to us is to give us a form of government where we stand and talk so much, abuse one another, and then they come and say we come to settle peace. But if I were to give you the statistic of how much we lost for the peacekeeping in Liberia, you won't believe what happened to us. So who among us is willing to say, let's go back to non-partisan? Get rid of the political party. Number two, they think a minister is not going to work. Get a council of people, council on agriculture, council on what? Education, council on road construction, council on commerce. And let people become like a think tank. A think tank. Then you do the Marshall Plan. And we wrote the Marshall Plan for Liberia. Okay? From 2002, for example, to 2040, let's make sure that all roads in Liberia are paved.
Okay.
When Garguah leaves, whoever that person is, that plane will be there. Okay, we want 4 airplanes in Liberia.
Right.
We negotiate with Canada. Okay? Within that 6 years, we get our plane. We want every county to specialize in the productions of food. We want the largest planting farm in Liberia, the largest cocoa farm in Liberia, the largest pepper farm in Liberia, the largest cattle farm, and even the product on which our civilization was built. Look around in Liberia. Do you see any Melagita pepper there? And they are using that to kill cancer around the world. Yeah, we don't grow it. So my advice to Liberia, if they are not selfish, minimize this multi-partyism. It's not helping our country.
Thank you.
Have a blueprint.
Now, Doc, real quick, I want to get mine in before we go to the line here. When did we become Muslims and Christians?
Oh. I'll tell you this. Every ethnic group in Liberia, every has the need of their own God. And I wrote it in that book. Okay? Christianity was forced on the Liberians. When we're talking about real true Christianity, you had to go to Ethiopia, brother. Okay? You got to go to Ethiopia. The whole of spirituality is in Africa. We knew God. We knew Dopoh, Gala, Nangala, Ebi, Nyoswa. We have our own God's name. So the imposition for Christianity is that with the coming of the free slaves.
Dr. Soma, I got to push back on your assertion that multi-partyism,
Yeah, I wanted to ask that same question.
yeah, it's evil for Africa. I mean, I would agree with you that we were practicing it, leaves much to be desired, but to the effect that we should eradicate it entirely. I totally disagree with that. I'm sorry. Look, even before the coming of the white man, and you will agree with me, we have town councils, we have people, we have multi-party, we have multiple gatherings, we have democratic gatherings to decide matters affecting the community. I'm sure you won't deny that. So yeah, the way it is being practiced in the West, maybe we can make modifications and modify it to suit our need, but to say that it is bad for Africa. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I disagree with that.
So
you can disagree.
Let me just add up, because there's the same issue. Let me just add up to that. So in terms of in disagreeing with that approach, because Liberia has an example for close to 100 years, and specifically for 27 years, we saw one party dominating. Torgbean, for example, led the country for 27 unbroken years, exclusively as president. But before Torgbean, up to coming to, before Doe, let's say, you had, at least for a century, you had just one party dominating and everything. I am not too sure. I'm not too sure we can take pride in what the country was those 100 years before 1980, because that's not significant stuff was achieved. So
I think
I don't know how you reconcile that with your position on anti-multipartism being
it is saddening me that I sat before you and I explain myself and you misquoting me. It's so sad. And this is where the frustration comes. As we Liberia, we try to find solution to our problem. I never said one party. Who's sitting here would tell you say one party? I said non-partyism. You cannot name before the coming of the European. And I really want to read our book or see before the coming of the European where Liberia had a party of partyism.
So excuse me, Doc, just so I understand. When you say non-partisan or no partisan, can you then define what that means, what it says? Because I'm defining it in a context that there are not many parties for which Liberian citizens divide themselves and become partisan to each. So could you tell me if that's not the definition or that's not the idea behind, what do you refer to as non-partisan?
Okay. I think the best thing here is that next time when somebody says something, before you disagree with that person, if you don't understand what the person is saying, you ask the person. Then it would be good that we have the engagement for the benefit of our people. I think the sister asked a question. The people got together. If you are following our conversation, in 1884 to 1885, they planned a system of government. And they said, let us give it to the African. And what we're going to do is to make them to continue to fight among themselves over and over and over. While they're fighting, we take their resources away. That is the form of government that we are using today. I'm not talking about J.J. Rabo, the True Party, the Republican Party that divided Liberia. I wrote against that. Now, I don't know, you say, what kind of ethnic group? I don't let you use the word tribes. We don't use the word tribe any longer. It's insulting. What language or any ethnic group in Liberia, I want to know. Your pre-gaming political party, 2-3 political party that was the men they had. Before European Kingdom, the Bassa, the Pele, the Mandingo.
Yeah, our ancestors didn't have parties, but they had clans. They have various parts of the town who came together and
But clan not a party.
But
It
this
is
is what
not
he's
just
talking
like
about.
But,
He said Nagbe from the beginning, he said, we had our government structure in our Sunday and poorer societies,
correct.
out of which differences were settled. They had the hierarchy, and they had description, job description, and all of that. He said we should go back to that leadership by committee. People who belong know certain thing about certain day, something of that nature. But,
so Gayman, our question is this: when you advance these ideas in my view, then give us reference as to how effective it has been or where else it's been practiced. Because if you still ask me, for example, you ask me how many parties existed prior to this time, it suggests that you're not advancing an idea that parties might have been a challenge to our advancement. Yet when you put that, he said, I didn't understand him. So let him give me an example of the concept he's advancing, where and how effective it has been. Because if you talk about the slave, our people fighting war, the people can't enslave us. Our own history also tells us that there was the practice of slavery in Liberia. There were conquests, there were war. Of course, you know about the Gola and I think Gola and some other war. So we fought one another. We took one another as slaves. There were domestic slaves. Slavery, we practiced that. So I want him to really make me to understand that concept about no party issue.
I cannot make you to understand. What I can say to you is you need to be open-minded to the discussion that we are having. And please listen carefully. Because I said from the beginning, I wrote a book called Myean Groma, History, Migration, and Government of the Bassa, where I advise and I explain where were non-partyism. Even in Europe, they are all documented. I don't just gather as a scholar, and I respect myself, to come here and just say it because I want to say it. It has been research. The research is there. And you don't expect me to sit here and give you the whole plan. This was not a show. But I have it. If you need it, go get Nyanya Gomla. It is there. I came to Liberia. I made 29 trips there. I visited university. I made a proposal. With other people say, oh yeah, this is great. When we get into power, this is what we're going to do. I used to call Liberia the Third Republic. You are just as frustrated as I am. Maybe on different issues. I taught in India, I've been to Singapore, I'm in the US, I started the Environmental Science Department at Kehleboe Gongloe University in Ghana. Look at our country, man. So I left my family here. Let me finish 1 second. And I came to Liberia for 10 years. 10 years. Where did I go? Maryland. You have a country with a potential. You less than 5 million people. And excuse me, our people are eating sand. Literally. Because of the form of government that we tie ourselves in with rock. Look, go after the senators, their behavior, some of the senators, the leaders in Liberia. I'm saying there are certain aspects of our culture that we need to sit down as educated people and revise it. The democracy business you're talking about is naked in the United States. Are you listening to what is happening in the US?
Could you
Yeah.
please
Where is the democracy?
could you please explain that? You say it's naked in the United States. What does that mean?
It means that it was built on sand. Some of the things that they were proposing and all that kind of stuff, we're seeing it now. Every day they pass a bill, they do an amendment. Why don't you do that to your own form of government?
Yeah, but Dr. Soma, look, democracy is not static. It's dynamic. Even the Constitution, we amend the Constitution to meet our times. It is happening. You can tell me since 1847, the Constitution you live on and I lived on.
You misunderstood me again, Nagbe.
Well, no, your argument, I am understanding you. You are twisting what you're saying. You are saying that what is happening here today is not the model that we should be practicing or we should be aspiring to, because we're seeing that it is not working. That's what you said.
And I'm saying to you, no, hold on.
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Doctor, 1 minute, Doc.
Yeah, I'm not done yet.
Dr. Soma, let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show. You wanted to be on this particular show. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Thank you you so much.
Yeah, welcome, Johnny. Sarah.
Dr. Soma, let me buttress what you were saying here.
You're not understanding it.
No, Doctor, I'm coming. Today,
I think you need to understand.
I'm coming, guys. I'm coming. Today, it says here, the new president of the United Nations warns that colonialism still shapes global conflicts. This is her speech, and I'm going to give you just a gist of it. She says here, they said the president of the United Nations General Assembly warned Tuesday that a free and peaceful world envisioned when the UN was founded 80 years ago remained far from reality, citing colonial era legacies, wars, and widening human rights violations. Speaking at the 80th anniversary commemorating opening of the General Assembly, Mr. Burbach said colonialism is still prevalent in today's world, with powerful countries ignoring dialogues, territorial integrity, while fueling conflicts that threaten global peace. This is the report. This is the speech given by the new president of the UN that lists colonialism is still fueling conflict, and it is a cause for human peace. Before you get to that, Doc, Johnny, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Thank you for the show, and thank you, Doc.
Johnny, how are you?
I'm doing good. I was following you. I was traveling, coming from Batala to Monrovia, and I was following in the vehicle. So I like the conversation. I hope when my time comes, I can make some contribution and also ask some questions.
Go ahead. You just come to God. Limited time. Go ahead.
Gayman, you read something I want to ask you to educate me. How does that apply? Maybe not in particular, but in a general idea that is teaching us on, particularly on the issue of, because that way were, and you try to pivot to that, on the issue of partisan and form of government, stuff like that. How does that apply, or how does that simplify that concept or that idea?
Well, this is what she is saying. She wants to warn us that the concept that was delivered to us have not been modified to our specification. We are using the same old model that was handed over to us, and it's confusing folks. And not only that, but they use it to fuel conflicts. Consistently, she says. This is the United Nations, that the United Nations, the charter, she said, upon which this was built to bring people together to mold us, has failed. And she said colonialism is still fueling conflict around the world, and she said it's a threat to global peace.
Yeah, well, Jerome, let me push back on that. We've always known democracy has always been a work in progress. There's never been a perfect union. We know that. But you can't tell me what is happening for Eastern in the States today is worse than what is happening in China. You can't tell me that. Or what is happening in Russia is better than what is happening here in the States. The democracy that's been practiced here is a model that other world aspire to, and we all need to do our part to make it work. It's not a Donald Trump democracy, no. But you cannot tell me that what is being practiced here in any way is worse than what is being practiced for Eastern, say in Chad or in Sudan.
Thank you. Doug, before you come, Johnny, can you
so thank you. I think from the conversation, one thing I've always said from my background and my experience working around Liberia and looking at what Africa is going through, I think most time we come to this conversation with a mindset. Who has taught us what we're talking about? You understand? Let's go to Europe. Europe has several countries. Every single country in Europe maintain their culture in terms of their language.
Thank you.
And their young generation is trained and educated through their language. Which country in Africa is doing that? Africa entirely is either French, English, Portuguese, right? And what else? Arabic. That's our first challenge. Second thing is governance is not based on a particular model because it's from the US. You govern yourself based on your way or left. Governance is a part of culture.
But that's the point I just made. That is
one point. Mr. Nagbe, governance is part of culture. So, and I think the error we keep making on the continent in Africa is we're trying to set our standards based on what we see in Europe or the USA. They might have some good ideas, but we have to set our governance system based on our way of life, our culture. And when I heard that talking about governance of non-partisan, and it does not mean you should not have several parties, but it should be done in a way that whoever comes to power, whatever government comes to power, doesn't function based on I'm CDC, I'm Lino, I'm AMC, or I'm CMC, but it should be based on the best interest of the nation.
Yeah.
Because if you go back to traditional African Asian governance system, right? They govern based on their cultural values, and that system of governance is what was destroyed when we came on. First, it started from slave trade into colonialism. And what colonialism did to Africa is that it created a short circuit in our growth and development as Africa. It created a gap in our growth. And every generation has phase 1, phase 2, we grow according to phases. But for Africa, our growth was short-circuited based on colonialism. You understand? But the point I want to also bring about slavery was, I think, even though we did not build slave fort in Africa, to sell, to build slave fort, but also I also think that the tribal wars also help to encourage and increase slave trade, because stronger tribal elements who fought war, and war was basically about capturing, conquering, and putting people under control. So if a certain group of people were able to conquer a region and brought that whole population under their control, they now had the power over the population to do slave transaction with the Europeans on the coast. You know what I'm saying? And before I shut down, I remember I was doing some work in my home in Lofa, and one woman told me that this river called Silver River, there's a fall there, there's a waterfall there. He said the sound of the waterfall was what slaves who escaped from the war used to go back home. So, for example, if we were captured somewhere in Guinea and they brought you all the way down around Lofa, and managed to escape from captivity, you return home following the sound of that waterfall in Lofa, according to what I live for that old man. But I want to just support the guests on the show that we need to make Africa to be governed by its own system. The more we borrow ideas from outside to bring into Africa, the more we have problems with our governance system. We have to blend, but we've got to build our system based on our own foundation. We have to have our own foundation.
Can I ask you a question, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
From your experience,
yes,
what do you think an African governance system could be like, void of quote-unquote the European system, what do you think it could be? A king, a queen, a paramount chief?
If I remove the word paramount chief, Africa don't have paramount chief. Africa has kings.
We have kings.
We have kings in Africa.
So you think that I will ask another question, but I just want to get this established as a basis. That a preferable path to good progress in Africa could be king or the monarchy form of government, quote unquote.
Look, I think.
Johnny, please answer. Oh, yeah, you can go ahead answer. I said,
Johnny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, did you
I'm
hear
saying
him?
you rather a monarchy form of government, king, queen, as opposed to perhaps the quote unquote import from the West called democracy, where you go to elect the leader. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, let's hold on. Africa, and like I said, the system of the Europeans created a short circuit in our growth and system, in our growth system. If we are not had short circuit by this time, we would have a modern monarchy system that we got in London or we got in Britain. Because if you go to the UK, in England way back, during the Frankish Empire, the English Empire, during those days, they also had kingdom. They had monarchy there, right? But what happened there is that over generation after generation, every generation has its own idea, has its own system, and that is our fault in Africa. And we were not allowed, or we didn't have the opportunity to grow from one generation to another generation to improve our system. So if we go back to African to Asian history, going back even to Europe, Europeans were led by kings on a monarchy system. The French came back, we had the Frankish Empire. Well, you hear about the Charles de Gaulle, right? We have Napoleon Bonaparte. And you go into England, King James. We had to do Louis the Pious, right? Those are all kings in Europe. But because European generation has grown from one level to another level, today we have modern monarchy system in England. So equally so in Africa, if we had not had the European coming here and we have grown our system, by this time we'll have a better system, better than what it would have been during the ancient days. So yes, I agree that Africa needs to grow its own governance system that will be unique to us and that will consider the well-being of our people in Africa. Let's go back to Libya. Of recent in Libya, before the killing of Gaddafi, Libya was stable. The Libyan government provided for its people. Medical, education were practically all provided by the people in Libya. The fall of Libya today, of Gaddafi, Libya is in chaos. In a new democracy, to restore democracy in Libya. That country will remain in chaos until I know when.
No, but just to correct, Libya did not go into chaos because the West wanted democracy in Libya. Gaddafi.
Why?
Okay, that's not the case. We must
tell
the story correctly. Gaddafi was being accused and branded as a sponsor of terrorism. The Pan-African are coming now. Wait for me, but it was proven when they arrested the guys from the Pan-African bombing. When they arrested the other bombing he did. So Gaddafi became a sponsor of terrorism organization. And he posed the threat to the United States, not a system of government, not the people of Libya, but him. They felt that his continuous stay in power, he had the capacity to fuel terrorism elsewhere, and America was part of the target. And so they retaliated on him. So
to respond to you, we come back. I want to go back on
the question of form of government.
Okay, go ahead.
Because, first of all, civilization is different from culture. Of course, we all know that.
No, what do you mean by that?
Civilization is different from culture. Culture is at the point where a civilization has been advanced beyond where, of course, you bring in governance, you bring in laws, a constitution, you bring in policies. So that's a simplistic way of defining it, but the two are not the same. Culture would be the belief, would be the value, would be the tradition of the people. But when you get to civilization, it's at a different level. That's
no, brother. Correction, brother. Civilization is inclusive of your way of life, which is your culture. We have the African civilization. Listen to me. Even if we read the European history, we hear about French civilization. You hear about the English civilization. You hear about the Spanish civilization. That encompasses culture and way of life thinking, your intelligence, your technology, and everything. So you can't say they're two different.
Okay, so again, I would say, yes, civilization will contain culture because culture reflects the belief and tradition of the people, but civilization is different. When you bring in
Culture simply is way of life. Simple place is way of culture is way of life. That's it.
But my point is this: we agree that Liberia and Africa have had different forms of different government. They try everything. Liberia had kings before. John Kaiser, for example, his father was a king. So we had kings in Liberia. We had that form of government there. So it is. We had the American Colonization Society. We have Committee and Council, and so Liberia is testing democracy. After 100 years, we had democracy, which gave
Who defined democracy?
I'm sorry.
Who defined democracy?
Who defined it?
Yeah.
Well, from Liberia, funding 1847, they had democracy because essentially you had a two-party, you had a Republican Party and a True Party. So I don't know at that point how did it.
So do you think before the coming of the slave of the Chinese or the coming of Europeans, you don't think we had democracy in Africa?
Siddiqui, Aminata, Jada, and Billy.
You don't think before the coming of Europeans we had democracy in Africa?
He's good. Doctor, can you chime in?
Well, I don't want to be specific in that direction, but in terms of what history is saying, structure-wise, I wouldn't think that if we define it in the context of what we see democracy is today, I wouldn't say so. However, a form of government that requires the chiefs and everybody sitting the thing, yeah, that's it. But if we define democracy in a context where it says,
if you define democracy in the context of Europeans, they will confuse you.
Okay, Dr. Soma. Okay, you talk about the two university system, right? The Poro and the Sandy, and you say their way of the societal structure should be one that we should look at. So how do we fit in the other society that do not practice the Sandy and the Poro culture?
There we go again. You guys are, you're jumping from one topic to another.
We talk about governance now. We talk about governance now.
The concept that all the ethnic groups in Liberia do not have an institution is not true. It's not yet true. They may not call it Poro, or they may not call it Sandy. They got an institution.
They do have.
How you think they set up this bill? When somebody got sick, how you think they killed them? When somebody buried somebody, how you think they did it?
You're right.
How did they farm? Did you ever say you've been growing up in Liberia? Or homeless people?
No.
Homeless. If we were in a town or kingdom, there was something called Susu or Kuka. There where the word Kukatono is coming from. In Pele, we are the same. We will go to your farm, you will have a farm brunch for your children. We will go to our brother farm, our sister farm. Every man in that kingdom, we have a farm. That's why we didn't have homelessness and group of people didn't have no food to eat. It never existed. Number two, to show that the government can be the conscience of the people. When they are conscientized, do you know we never used to lock our doors before European came? The whole people could leave the town and go on the farm. You dare to go there and touch the chicken or destroy something there. I don't care what you say. Africa, before European, effective, functional government. I gave you the age of the earth, the existence of humanity, and the coming of the European in 1441. You telling me we were nobody? We couldn't write? We couldn't treat our people? We didn't have a government? We got a balanced government in the male and the female. It was so respected that when the female is in session, the male session can be on. Ask anybody in Liberia.
Exactly, I agree with you.
What got into the problems that I'm trying to tell you here today, my fellow Liberians? The horn that is not for you, if you put it on your head, it won't fit you.
So Doc, let me talk about that. Let me take my own, because this one work I give it to me, it fit me. I think it fit me.
No, I'm not ready.
Doc, what impact has religiosity? Today I'm a Muslim, my brother is a Christian, my other cousin is a Jewish. What has that done to our being?
It has exacerbated our suffering. To control a group of people, take away their religion. And the European planned that. If you want to control a group of people, number one, take away their belief system.
Yes.
Number two, take away their language.
Yes.
You and I here, they're trying to speak the European English, and we're contradicting one another up and down. When your mother tongue is taken away, you are dead. You are dead. They call it dependencia. To depend on other people to do your thinking, to be your government, to be your God. There was a young guy by the name of Marco Angelo. He was a sculptor. And when they were looking for how the God should look, he went and looked at his nephew or Benapoli or whoever that was. And he carved the picture that you're seeing today that they call Jesus Christ. Long hair, blue eyes. And the Pope signed a contract called the Asiento, ASSIENTO, the Asiento, that they should go, the Portuguese, and every nation that is not Christian, they should colonize them, and through slavery, they will go to glory. Your Pope said that, Pope Urban III, they call it Papa Bull, PAPALBULL.
So that, let me ask it in our own.
No, the thing is, hold on, say something. This is not a matter of debate.
No, I just want to push back. I just want to push another idea. I want to question that because
the idea
because your interpretation of the idea you pushing is that it's part of what affect Africa or bring Africa down. So my question is, but these religious ideas, these divisions, this quote unquote capacity of religion to honor man was first practiced in Europe and other parts of the world before Africa. Africa became the last string. But those people succeeded. Africa, I'm saying, listen, the Christianity you talk about, the Jesus that a man printed and now the Pope wrote on to say this is Jesus. It was first spread in Europe and parts of America. Most of those countries that had that belief, that adopted that idea, they are wealthy countries, they are organized, they are better. How is it then also that they practice they believe that Jesus to be Jesus? They took the religion. Some of them took the language. Portugal, for example, is a Portuguese country, they speak English there. China is now rapidly speaking English. The Quran, before that was only in Arabic, is then translated to English, the form of common language. But those countries have advanced their civilization. They have not used those changes, those advances you're talking about to bring them down. They are rather take them to the next stage because, of course, they were, for example, Japan was considered, Liberia was considered richer than Japan before with better GDP. Japan speaks English as well, but Japan has advanced than Liberia today. So to suggest that because somebody came with a picture and said there is Jesus Christ, or somebody said religion, let's believe in God, could be the reason why Africa is down and not looking at African themselves. I just want you to explain that.
This is web, you just spin and you're not listening. The question came from Brother Gayman. And I'm trying to tell you how we were conquered. how religion has undermined the Africans. Africans are not religious people. We are spiritual people. Go back again and read and read and read and read and read before the coming of Jesus Christ. In the time he was born, where did you see a visible God? In the form of a man. What part of Nimba? What part of Grand Judah? What part of Bikano? What part of Zwedru? Cherubim there, I come in there so I can see it. I'm trying to say to you that people can use their image to make you to look like you are nothing. People can use their language to conquer you. You see the people speaking English, but the Portuguese not speaking the Portuguese. So you need to, before, you know, you just from one corner to another, from one corner to another. We were talking about slavery, we didn't end it. You went elsewhere. There are two types of slavery, charter and commercial slavery.
Okay.
For some of you who were in Africa, I'm saying it respectfully. If I came to you and I wanted money from you, the money is not there, I say I will pour myself to you. The parent man will say, okay, I will come down and make you a farm. I want to marry your daughter, but I don't have the money. Can I work for you? I pour myself to you. Now, another form of slavery. They don't put chain around your legs. Show me what part of Africa. You know what you got to be doing? This is the same history I'm talking about. That it divides us. We're trying to bridge the gap here. And we continue to put wedge in the stuff. We're coming on stuff that if I were to come to Liberia today and I come in there, and I will meet with you so you can show me. You and I will go to the interior so we can look at the gods. Our God was spiritual. We are spiritual people. I said it from the beginning. We are spiritual people. We are closer to nature. No, I teach climate change, environmental science, and toxicology and occupational safe and health medicine. These civilizations that you're talking about, they're coming to kill us. They had done humanity the worst. Right now, I just came from today. We were talking about plastic in the drinking water in the United States. There's a new disease that is coming. If anybody, you're not here who drinking a plastic water, we got pieces of iron in there. Look at the global change. Look at the pollutions that we are faced with. Look at the nuclear weapon. Where did you see an African man inventing a nuclear weapon? What kind of civilization are you talking about? When God made the earth, or when the earth came to being, for 14.5 billion years, or to the 1600, did you see a paved street? Where are the cement that God sent down here? We are natural people, my brother. It's not a matter of wealth and wealth and wealth and wealth. But other people came on our continent for 400 years. And I can't imagine you being defending them. Why they didn't leave us so we can be the way we are?
No, I'm not defending. I'm not defending anybody. I'm trying to reconcile your theory of the concept you are advancing to what is, for example, I'm insisting to you that you reference most of the things you reference Africa that things of the past. You are saying, for example, there was no way we could have continued living the way we were. Society has advanced. For the Crew people may have had a form of government, small in the Palava, so it is the Loma, so it is the Pele. But that is not sufficient if the 5 million people together. So individually, we may have our communion way of doing stuff. But when you come together collectively as a people, then you must have an agreed system to operate. And I would think we agree that, look, the best approach to do it is that among all of us will take one person to represent all of us. It doesn't matter the tribe. So I'm saying, you know, I think what has happened over time is not a matter of it has culture has advanced into given civilization. It has improved. It has improved. For example, back in the day, the people used to drink from creek. Should they still be drinking from creek water? Because
you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing the point, because if you talk about that, you talk about religious. So the people who take steak, the very steak they take from the wood, they put it in the hot, they say that's God. So what's the difference in that? Somebody take a picture. How has that in any way now should make you go backward? You take
who you steak in Liberia as God?
Well, people worship different things and consider it as a supreme being. Some worship wood, some worship coming. Some worship mountains. You the historian, you tell me. Some worship mountains.
Oh, you're making a story. So if you want me to tell you, then you listen so I can tell you. They now worship, they reverence. There's a difference between worshiping and reverence.
Tell me the difference, please.
Okay, all right. You have some river or some tree, for example, the sassafras tree, or the kutwa, where you call kawu in Liberia. These were certain type of trees that you have to respect. There were times that you couldn't go and hunt an animal and kill the babies. You couldn't do that. The river was sacred. You had oracle. The people went there and reverence, not worship. That is the definition that they're giving you. That's why
that 1 minute. Can I come in quickly on something there?
Yeah, come on, Johnny.
Yeah, you know that when you speak about Sassafras, I have been very fortunate. And Mr. Gayman, I'll check my phone and see the picture. Very fortunate, I was in Sino, and during one of my conversations, the issue was very much Sassafras. I want to see Sassafras.
This man who come from look at all example that's from the southeast. Why can't they example from the north?
No.
Now he didn't stop you from going up north. You go there too and do the same thing.
So what happened is that it was in the Dopoh district, and I was so excited to hear about Sassafras. But most importantly, I met this guy. He's an old forester. He said this to the Sassafras years back in the 70s or so. They supposed to come and tell us to go for in the bush, specifically to cut it and ship it to Europe.
Yes.
But now here is the spiritual part of Sassafras that I also learned about. And I walk around in that town. The back of the wood is nailed on every door. Even on the pastor door, it was nailed on it. So when I saw it, and I walked to the Sassafras tree, I walked to the tree. Mr. Gayman, at the bottom of the tree back almost finished. And the information is that when you go to that tree, whatever you say to that tree, and you pick the bike, carry home, then what happens to you? That's why I learned in that town, somewhere in Dopoh district there. I will check my record on the town name. And the tree is there, right at the edge of the town, at the suburb of the town, between the town and the bush. You understand?
Hold your thought there. I got one person in like your name and where you from? Hold on, guy. Let me see here. Speaker, yeah.
Johnny, why did
your name and where you calling from? Hello?
Johnny, why they get there? I want to know what are poor people in our town or anybody have gotten sick in our town.
I'm giving you information on what I learned from in that community about the tree Sassafras, because when I heard the professor or the historian talking about Sassafras, I'm telling you my experience I had in that community, because I have always thought to know what a tree is, or what how does the tree look like a Sassafras tree?
So did you experiment it, or you tell me what you were told?
1 minute.
No.
Your name and where you calling from?
This is Ben calling from Minnesota. How are you guys doing?
Good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm enjoying the show, but I just have a little concern with regards to the guest.
Okay.
In the beginning, he talked about how the other historians, he tried to downplay their work And then I find that a little troubling because in research, usually what the students do, that the evidence that they have at the time is what they use to provide what they have for us. So if new evidence is available, like he have done, I see that commending, but to downplay what was there before, because you could not have produced what you have now without what was there. So you always have to give credit to what you met there, and then we improve upon that. I think in intellectual because that is a very good thing to do. Thank you.
Dr. Soma?
Yeah.
Dr. Soma, I think that concern was to you. He thought that you were not giving credit to your predecessors or your colleagues or your cohorts.
How did I didn't give them credit? And I said I was here not to critique other people. It's going to be another time. But that historian, I don't know who you call my predecessor, that was written by historians that say we never had a government. Maybe you're not listening. We never had a government in Liberia that were Hidians, shiver or wolves, and raised be united. Those kind of rhetoric divided our people, and I stand by it. I stand by it. It's in the history book. Let him go sing the national anthem. Oh, hill, Liberia, hill, oh, hill. Let him finish it. Raised be united is there. That somebody put it there. We have or had civilization there that traded from 1441 all the way to 1822 before they arrived there. It's a history. Let me tell you something about history. You're not the way you go into the supermarket, you buy the fruits that you like, and you take it home and say, I want a fresh one, you leave it rotting one day. I'm not condemning anybody. They may have rating other ignorance, not other stupidity. It was the information that was available to them. There are a lot of information today that are coming before us that we didn't know. Liberian history is not inclusive. It is not. Yes, somebody say was saying that okay about the Mandingo. Or the Mende, they are not part of us. Is that the kind of history you need? And if you read the kind of stuff that our people, for example, the Bassa people, they sold their land, and you bring that certificate to Liberia to gather them around, I will challenge you. I will challenge you. Because the Bassa never sold any land in Liberia. Land was not for sale. Land was the collective property of the people. Let me tell you something. When the settler arrived at that 99 state, there were two institutions there. The Poro and the Sandy University, where you have the executive pavilion, and E.J. Raw. I want the man who asked me the question, can he go to the White House and he say he want to rent a room there? Can he do that? Anyone who on the show right now, can anybody come from Africa and say, I want to go to Washington, D.C. and remove the White House and build my own house there?
No.
Whether then you're equal or not, it was wrong. That's brought the problem. One of the major problems in Liberia. One of the major problems was rape. You don't see that in Liberian history. That one of the blonde you were raped. You don't see that in Liberian history. All the killings, they were encroaching on our land. Who were they killing? Anyone of you tell me, was it a European that they were killing? They were killing the indigenous. Those kind of history were taught in the classroom. Who were the people that opened the guns on the native people? When they were writing it, were they not proud? I look at the history, and they were going to be rebutted. I can't erase it though. We're going to respond to it. I'm not hating anybody. You wrote about other people, their government, their language. Do you know it came a time that you couldn't even speak your language in Liberia? They will make fun of you. I remember a guy who was reporting news, he wore the voucher, they fired him on the spot for his culture. Is that the kind of history that we need? For the nation to move forward, we have to be brave and face our history and read inclusive history that people will learn to be proud of, not to be defensive and not giving credit. I didn't condemn them for everything. But those type of history, they were divisive.
Yeah. So I'm just, in fact, that me coming a little bit on that because I'm very fascinated by this conversation. In 2008, in talking about national anthem, I was doing a research where in Seleke district in a town called Yapwa, and we're discussing a lot of thinking about leadership. And I was shocked because I was asking, how do we get leadership established, and what was the history about leadership here? And the old man told me that way back, many years back, they had a group of warriors that used to wear tiger skin, and there's a particular song they were singing when they are installing their chief into office, their leader into office. And the old man said last song was only sung only when they are installing leaders into office. So that rang a bell to me about national anthem, comparing them now, right? But it was sung in Pele, in the Pele chiefdom, right? And when we come back to even when our fellow African brothers were repatriated, I call them, to Africa, to Liberia. When they came, they had a law called Hinterland Regulation. They made that law that meant that we that came from America, with a different culture, different way of life, we will make law to govern ourselves here. That will be the Morovia group, the Buchanan group, the Sano group, the Maryland group, And they made that law called Hinterland Regulation, stating that they will allow the indigenous people to govern themselves by their own system, by their own rule of law, their own system. And I don't agree with anybody to say that before the coming of the European, we didn't have system yet. We had a unique system on the continent in Africa, but under different kingdoms, different empires, and we're governed greatly here. And like I always said, if we did not have colonial power coming to interfere into us, we would have made progress from one generation to another generation. And today, we would even be better than what we see today in Europe and America. If we have been left on our own to grow from one stage to another stage, because of our own civilization. Even when it comes to town, like in Lofa, because Nagbe women talk about Southeast, I'm going to Lofa. In Lofa, a place called a town must have a poorer and standard structure there. Anywhere you don't have a poorer and standard structure, than not a town. It can be as big as Morovia, it can be as big as where. In as much as you don't have a poorer and standard headquarters or building in that town, that's not a town. They call it a place. So those two institutions were highly respected to indicate that this place is a town. And you come back to the Western culture, so to speak. You see our executive mansion, you see our capital building, you see our Temple of Justice. If you go to the cornerstone, you will see the Masonic stands there. They were built on those principles. You go to the executive mansion, the Masonic stand is on its pillow on the cornerstone. The capital building is there. Our Temple of Justice, it is there. If you go to the old building, what you call the Centennial Pavilion and the Executive Pavilion, you will find it there. And those institutions also represent the culture of those that came back from Europe and America, or from America, so to speak, when they came with the idea of masonry. And don't get me wrong, masonry is a fraternity. If you look at it critically, it is also linked to African culture. But I'm not I made a full disclosure. I'm a Mason. And the level at which I'm going to masonry and the level at which I'm going to poro, so that I don't see much difference. I'm telling you guys this thing, I don't see much difference. Right? First degree, second degree, third degree, fourth degree, second degree, third degree, and other higher levels. Now, when we say poro and Sunday, if you go to the southeast, we have the Waja, or let's say we have the Bodio. The Bodio is a leader spiritually for the community. In that civilization, the body does not work. The wife of the Bodio is called a Jide. She's the queen. The Jide doesn't work also. The Jide has maybe around 7 to 12 women, young women around her to protect her, take care of her, care for her, wash her clothes, cook for everything. The Bodio are many of them. And in the global region, a town does not have a Bodio, that town not respected. Nagbe, for example, has a Bodio. Has a Bodio. Or what other place again? Grand Kavala has a Bodio. What other time again? I mean, I can go on and on to get you where I met Bodios and talk to about the governance system on our own Liberian tradition and culture. People play a significant role. Even in the crew background, when you hear about Kafa means the young acrobatics in the military. They are the young men responsible to do physical work and to go in defense of the community. So I'm just saying that to support what our guests are saying is that we have a system in Africa or for us in Liberia. We need to identify our system and make our young people know. Our mistake is that a lot of things we learn about Liberia when it comes to history is not typically our real African, our real Liberian indigenous history. Look at a Ben books he wrote talking about Mother Dopoh was chased by a warrior, and a warrior that run in the forest with a bare feet and run behind deer and catch deer. That warrior run behind you, woman with baby in your arm, and will not catch you. Isn't that a myth? A man in the bush that can run behind deer and run and with spear and kill the deer and hunt the deer. Now he will run behind a woman with baby in your arm that came from America as a free slave. They're not used to the typical forest life. They will not catch you. I beg you, man. Don't deceive. That one can't be true.
Excellent. So I just want us to be on the same path. I don't think our proposition has been that there were no system in Africa. Like I said, we do know there were governance systems. For example, when the settlers came, they met with King Saboso. They negotiated and say, we are going to Long Peter to tell Long Peter of the Basel King that look, you and these people already going into some agreement. If you don't fulfill the agreement, will come in. So there were powers, there were systems, there were people. But I'm saying we cannot say as a result of the advancement in civilization, perhaps one of which point to perhaps a change in our governance system. Instead of King Saboso, perhaps instead of Long John, we today have what we call president, elected by the majority of the people. We cannot say as a result of those interventions and changes might have led to, of course, a downtrend in Africa or Liberia advancement. I really don't think that is the case. That's the point I'm making.
And I agree with you, Doc. I think we are all on the same page here because I was talking to a historian here and he showed me some proof that 50 years ago, China was a third world country.
Yes.
He said, but what they did was they found the key to the web, they learned and they blended and they took what was better for them. And they did it so well that today they are challenging what was established as the West. So what Dr. is saying, what Johnny is saying, what you were saying is, how do we find our niche, blend it, use what we have blended to suit us? Instead of us putting the U.S. Constitution, the Liberian Supreme Court is still citing American law or civil law, I call it English law and all that.
Yes, common law.
Common law and all that. Why can't we say this is what when a guy and a woman were fighting over, when a guy and two guys were fighting over one, this is how it was settled in Bapulu. And it worked. This is how it was settled in Kawakan and it worked. Why don't we say that instead of saying English common law? So that's why we are saying, how do we massage this to suit us?
So let me give suggestion in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
I think education. If traditionally we focus on the poorer and send it as universities, I would want to consider them as trade school into the context. It suggests that from the founding days of our country, we cherish learning, we cherish advancement of the minds and the skills of the people. So I think what that should be, because I think every tribe, every culture, every people has some form of learning institution, popularly called Sendi Ekoro. So what that today as a means of advancing that is that we must invest into education. Let every district, let every town have well-funded schools to teach our people. That, in my view, will be an advance of what we knew as our tradition from Poor and Sandy to what it is today classroom, but at least it continues in our footsteps. I think that is a good way of advancing it. We must educate our people. That is, to me, a key to unlock a lot of our potential.
Ahmed, I think you are right, because Talbot introduced that, right? He says, let's begin with teaching Pele. Said it was the largest tribe, and let's begin to teach Pele in the universities and the school. And people laughed at the president. President Talbot himself spoke the language very well. You think by now, if you go to, I was in Germany the other day, and I was talking to the little kids that are coming from school. These kids are speaking 4 to 5 different languages. These were elementary school kids. They were speaking German, French, English, Dutch, and something else they were speaking at that age. So President Talbot said, let us teach Pele. I know there were people in his own cycle that were saying he was crazy. But Talbot could speak the language. He was even some of his addresses to the country were done in Pele. So this guy had a vision, some of the things we are talking about. So, Doctor, we have run out of time here. How do we massage? How do we bring this together? If I were to ask you to be a think tank, you and Ahmed, how do we now? You, Ahmed, and Johnny, you guys are the traditionalists, well culture. This man, Victor, and I will be spectators here. How do we massage this to begin the conversation that our women, our children, our elders, our tradition, our custom, how do we massage that? How do we, put them in one place and make that good fufu and soup? That do-do, that a combination of menacing, all that. You imagine
the gumbo.
So, let me start. Then the professor will be the one to just conclude on it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why something about myself. When we were in school, way back in Vanjima in the Kehleboe school, I remember once the Kehleboe sister came, Sister Joan. I can say from her name. I think we're in the 3rd or 4th grade, 3rd grade, and we're having difficulty understanding the English and to answer the concept of the lesson. So I remember that day clearly, the little kid told Mr. Peter Finke Sewala, he was our teacher. He said, "Do you speak Loma?" The man said yes. And he asked the teacher, if the student, everyone speaks Loma in the classroom, it is your duty to interpret the lesson to the children, to the students in Loma. And finally for us, the entire class, even though we have not tried, they will all speak Loma. That class, I remember half of my classmates, Asmana Sharif, Amasowa Bandi, Asmana Sharif Mandingo, but we all could speak Loma. And for that day, I will tell you something. Those things that Ahmed did to explain to us in Loma, it was so quick to understand the lesson compared to teaching me English while I was good at Loma. So it took me time to interpret what you were saying in English, to understand it properly to myself in Loma. You understand that? So to just make my conclusion, we need to find a way as a people to get a common identity in terms of our educational system. Look, if you explain to me chemistry in Loma, I will not miss the formula ever. The fact that I learned that sodium bicarbonate is a bogey in chemistry, right?
You teach it now when something new. Now did you ever thought about that?
Look, then you never put foot in the Southeast again ever.
All his chemical formula all come from FOIA. Go ahead, Johnny.
So, I mean, to conclude, I think I agree with my brother Ahmed. As Liberians, forget about our political differences, tribal differences. Look, we all have common thing. You see, Loma and Mandingo. Our major problem I was there from listening to my elders is Islam. That Islam sport between like Loma and Mandingo critically. The Lomas and Mandingo before were one group, even to go to Poro together before. And I know I have a Poro classmate that was a Mandingo person. You know, I know that for true. Whatever I tell you here, and I tell you they say, I tell you that what I know. But what I learned is that when the Mandingos accepted Islam, the Loma saw that as a betrayal.
Betrayal, that's true.
As a betrayal. That is why the issue between Loma and Mandingo is basically on the issue of Poro and Islam. Because the Mandingos were part of Poro. And then all Mandingo old men you go to Venjamin or in Lofa, you talk to them, they know what Poro business. Because I know I had a classmate, and about a few years ago when I went to Lofa, I forgot the old man, I forgot him, and my uncle said, Johnny, your classmate there. They start giving me a scenario. I said, oh, okay. And the old Mandingo man now, because he was older than me actually. So I'm just saying, we have many things in common. Our language difference. Even in the Southeast, in the Southeast, I don't see much cultural difference between Loma and Kyo or Kehleboe or Kran. I don't see much difference. Seriously, I don't see much. I've gone to places in the Southeast that because of my knowledge, of my cultural knowledge from Lofa, people accept me into their places because I understand the same sounds and symbols. Sounds and symbols. Not language, sounds and symbols. But we can talk more about it. There's a lot we have learned. We'll talk more about. I think we need to build our unity on our culture and make us come together. We can have 100 tribes in Liberia. It doesn't matter. We have one culture, one value. We can move ahead as Liberians. So thank you. Let the prof end the statement.
Let me add that, then the prof will summarize it.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree with you in the issue of the language is very important. I remember years back in my anatomy and physiology class, it comes with all those Greek words. It become a little challenging sometimes. You got to. So, yeah, so I've gone to the professor and said, look, I mean, you're the science people. Every day you're discovering, you're inventing. If education is meant to be simple and make life simple, why is it we cannot teach this thing? Why you guys can't teach this thing in a language that the people understand? Yeah. If you're using Greek word to mean something that is as simple as it is in English, I think if you just transfer all the Greek word to English meaning and teach it, I don't think students will face the challenge they sometimes face. Therefore, you got to understand the word more than sorry about 14 alphabet for one simple word. I mean, cell or B. So basically, you are saying, look, every discipline has its own language. You must understand within the confines of that language. So, of course, language play a key role. But Liberia existed over 100 years now speaking English. Unfortunately, I don't know, and Professor, as you close, maybe you can tell us, we don't know what was the general language spoken in Liberia before 1847. If we say that Liberia existed before that time, or 1822, what the people spoke from the hinterland to the coast, what was the general language spoken? However, we do know that when the settlers came in, they came with language. And that language, I am sure, was English. And so for 100 and so more years, our form of government, our official business operation have been English. Therefore, I make that point to say that now cannot be an excuse. Because with 100 and some more years, it means we are older than some countries who just got in 50 and some more years speaking their dialects and so. So what can we do now to take us from point A to point B as a country? So that's my question to you as you summarize. But thank you so much for the education. It was really interesting. I look forward to searching for some of your books and writing to see, and hopefully if there are information that you can be contacted, maybe I will forward some of my concerns and questions, which was all that I did here, was to just raise questions to get more enlightened. Of course, my man, I'm a raised brother too. I'm a raised brother. So we ask questions.
Good. Let me go to Victor. Victor, you go, then the doctor can summarize and leave.
Yes.
Over 2 hours now.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully he comes back.
Great enlightenment, Dr. Soma. Thank you. And thank you also for my fellow panelists. And I think there was a call or two that came in. Look, I agree with most of the points that the doctor is making. I think our history is not representative of this entire citizenry. I absolutely agree with him on that. I also agree with him that there's a feedback. I also agree.
That's from
Yeah,
Ahmed,
yeah,
as
yeah.
usual.
I also agree with him that Western style, practices, whether it's religion or politics, they have to be tempered when we apply them into our own setting. And this is my point of divergence with him. He talked about drinking water and plastic water. And all that. I agree with him. I think those are the extreme examples. But I made a point. We used to go to the well and pat the water, the top of the water, and put your mouth in it and drink it. You go home, you get chestos. I'm sure Johnny is still doing that when you go to South. You go home, your stomach standing there, you got chestos. And the people say, no, don't do that.
But
You gotta take the good and the bad. I think, yeah.
Real quick, we dig the well, then we put
Thank
turtle
you
in
very
the
much.
well. Why you put turtle in the well?
So to knock it down, give it back to Doc, I agree, but I think we need to modify these practices and make them suitable for our own setting. I mean, that's
right.
That's my point. But thank you very much, guys. It's been great talking to you.
Doctor, that was just on a light note, but I was in Basel, and when I came to the States, now I started thinking. So my uncle used to say we put a turtle in the well so the turtle can clean the well. So when I came there, somebody asked me, said, "But where does the turtle defecate?" I said, "I don't know." So, Doctor, you're closing.
Go ask my uncle.
Let me begin by saying that I will repeat what I said. Our history is not like going to the supermarket where you buy what you want and you say I can't carry home because they are rotting. History is our composite. We must face it and we have to deal with it and we liberate ourselves. The only way that can happen is through mental revolution. We have to incentivize revolution, cognitive thinking, positive thinking. I will share a few things with you. And I'm glad you can ask all the questions. All I'm saying to you is when you ask the question, just give a chance so we can explain it. I had a senior experience while in Switzerland. I went there for aviation. And we had the African Day where all the Africans from different countries, they came and they started singing. The Ghanaian got out the dance, and the dance. The Nigerian got out the dance, and the dance. The Sudanese, and they came to the Liberians. That was a day that I wish I had gone on the ground. We did not have a common song to sing together. Africa's oldest song. No traditional song that we could sing together. Something is wrong. I taught in India, my next example. India doesn't have official language called English. Every ethnic group over there, you do your subject, your study in your language, your mother tongue. That's why they say the Indians are clever to support what this my brother said. When you are learning in your mother tongue, you are better. And according to research, the day you die, your acquired knowledge will be gone. You will forget the foreign languages that we are speaking will be gone. They show the power of the mother tongue. That's why other people, to me, they are doing good because they understand their environment and the resources that are there. The percentage of Liberia, the Liberian people, do you think they really understand what our senator and other people that they can be saying? Do they really understand it when it comes to voting? The way we vote in Liberia? You know your own disease, but then you are the one who wish yourself. How are you going to get better? We know our ills. So how do we get to the place that we want to be? I thank this show for bringing it up. I think you can host it more often to prick the conscience of Liberia. Prick the conscience of Liberia. We can't hate ourselves. It's not going to solve our problem. We can't hate our language. We can't hate who we are. We cannot. We got to love ourselves. Love ourselves to the fullest. He talked about China. Right after World War II, 1945, somewhere around there, China was called the sick man of Asia. S-I-C-K, man of Asia. Some of you here, we used to go to Red and watch their how they call it, the movies. They used to have on how they call it, straw hats. I don't know. Give me what you stay around on Broad Street.
Yeah,
go
man.
watch. Gabriel said, go watch the Chinese.
Shaolin, yeah, we go watch the Chinese show.
And there was a team, I ain't going to call that team name, that they would let me to play for them. But all their stuff boots are what we used to call it green bottom. Because
green
bottom.
green bottom, yeah. And the green skin.
That's correct. Nobody wanted to use anything from
green,
China.
Green bottom, 7 heels.
Yeah, that is
true. Yes. You see? So look, the Liberia is great. I'm not putting my country down, but we are not being blessed with great leaders.
Great.
I'm telling you, to revise some of the things, you talk about language, it takes 25 years to develop an official language. 25 years. I propose after the war ended that we should take vocabularies from all the ethnic groups and create a dictionary and create a national language. It's in Nyanya Gomla. It's there. All the things that you're asking, I have proposed it. Now we'll come to the first language that was spoken in Liberia. Before the arrival of all the ethnic groups, we had a coastal region, Dopoh, better call it Dopoh. Waterside belong to a pastor one, but they call it Nyenwolo. That coastal region that was pastor spoken there. That region was called Pastor Country. Look at your map.
They call it Dopoh too.
Dopoh too, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay? So Nyenwolo that belong to Waterside, coming all the way behind the mansions and all that areas there, Cinco belong to the Vap, so the Vap people are living there, but the trade language that was there was Bassa. This is what happened.
Okay.
When Torgbean got there, Bassa was the trade language of the Republic of Liberia. Read it, check it out. You go to Widikwa, Bassa. You go to Bamenpo, Bassa. Hoffman Station, Gibi.
Yeah.
Go to Ban. All the commissioner that they sent there, they were Bassa. I'm not promoting it. I'm not saying it because I'm a Bassa man. That's not the point. This is when I say history. You can't take the good ones and you say the bad one. You're not going to leave it. They're going to run from our own history. So can we develop a national language in 25 years? Like we're not going anywhere. So why we cannot do it? No. I work with Otena Gonga and President Johnson signed into law in the reform education for to teach Liberian studies. We established Habel College with a bachelor's science degree in Liberian studies. You are a nation, you can't study by yourselves. What kind of love is this? What kind of country is this? You seem to be Bassa, to be Pere, to be Mandingo, to be this. But you want to promote French in your school? Self-law is salvation. So what I'm saying here in conclusion, it's not too late. I hope our Minister of Education can listen to us. And we start a mental revolution in Liberia. And I say violent, I say mental revolution in Liberia. Our books, our language, our stories. Finally, sometimes, when I talk like this, maybe you didn't go to the same school that I attended. Tom Sawyer was my hero. Ray Van Winkle, the Beowulf, all the tedious Anglican American literature. I ask every one of you here who listening, who were your travel hero when you were in school in Liberia?
Tom Sawyer.
You have good name, you have better than us.
King Samboso. King Samboso.
Where you saw the literature? Aman, show me the literature. Where you saw the literature?
King Samboso.
You read about it.
Where is the literature? The legend.
I learned more of King Samboso through oral history.
That's correct.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman?
Yeah.
Yeah, before the program, I think something he just raised and my mind just reflected. And our people.
Let the prof go today.
Our people taught us, I mean, just in a few seconds, our people taught us stories and the moral stories taught us lesson.
Yes.
And this is where I sometimes appreciate we don't Nyenwolo.
Yes.
And Baltimore. They try to correct those stories. And my own late father, right? He wrote a book called Tales from Bandy Land. But his book is written in both Bandy and English. Right? I have a copy with me. All the book got destroyed, but luckily for me, a white male of mine who lived in Massachusetts, Boston, found the book in the library, saw the name, called me, said, I see your book here with your name. I said, yes, can I see it? Send to me. So my father wrote this book called Tales from Bandy Land. And it has all the folk stories about the Bandy Land and things. And those are things that I agree with the prof that we should include in our school system so our children can learn, or the citizens can learn about their culture and their country. So, prof, I agree with you 100%, and I hope we can all work together to make this thing happen for Liberia.
Thank you.
Great. Let me welcome Honorable Robert Garguah. I know you never learned how to spell Dopoh, but you learn to spell Mississippi, Mississippi. All day we got to learn that thing. Go ahead. Robert Garguah, welcome.
Thank you. I've been following, and a great show, by the way. I've been following, just been a little busy. But I think the prof made some salient points. Unfortunately, hopefully the history that he talked about includes also how many of us, generations, by the way, never got the opportunity to even live or grow up in our country because of this senseless war. Least to say, the opportunity to learn how to speak our local dialect. It's not an excuse, but I mean, I don't know how to speak my local dialect. And even as a kid, when I was in Ivory Coast, we were mandated to speak French in Ivory Coast because we went to Ivorian. And to his point, they had English schools there, but there weren't much of them. And so if you really needed to go to school, it was mandated to go to a French school. Same thing in Accra, where I went to elementary. And, we were mandated to speak, to learn Tree. Unfortunately, we had to relocate back to the States. But had I stayed there for a year or more, I would be speaking Tree by now. So in other countries, it has become a mandate to not only understand the history, but understand the local language. So I think it's not a bad thing to do that in Liberia. But again, a lot of us were not given the opportunity to grow up in our country, learn our local languages, understand our tradition because of that stupid war. But I'm great. I'm proud to be a Bassa boy. I'm very proud Bassa man, and that will remain until the death of me. So, but great presentation, Prof.
Thank you.
Great, guys. I think we have never had a show where everybody agreed on one thing. But this is the first, because just 2 weeks ago, Johnny, you remember we read Larry Torgbean's piece. He was talking about the rewriting of the Liberian history to be inclusive, to have more women, to have everybody. He's asking that conference or that idea be put together so we can have more women, more different people in there, because the history, according to him, is not even halfway there. So this is coming around and it's becoming a good thing. for us to talk about these things that is not only partisan, like he said, it is a partisanship that kills us. We learned two new things here today. One, Johnny said the divergence of the Loma and the Mandingos, which is predicated on sense of betrayal, is religion. When they accepted Islam and condemned the University of Koro, they split. Same thing with Christianity. Christianity came. They started calling our mascot is that called a country devil. Can you imagine calling somebody some devil? Okay, not even civilized devil, but country devil.
Country devil.
It made sense, right? So these two people came in, Islam and Christianity came in, and we began. And I believe it or not, out of these two thinking comes the political parties we are talking about, capitalism and the whole 9 yard. So
yeah, but Mr. Gayman, but I think that's a poor excuse though, because even before so what is stopping the traditionalists, the folks who are in the town chiefs and all those guys, many of whom some of these guys don't even speak English. So that tells you how long they've been out there. Even today as we speak, those very folks, when people are talking about going to the village, they talk about going up country. And so who has stopped them from correcting these different checkpoints?
That's what we are doing now here. Because listen, I was in Liberia in February, and a friend of mine, my son, went with me for the first time, and we went way in Basel, deep number 2, deep number 3, and on one stick we saw the Coca-Cola advertisement on the iron, the Coca-Cola, and he looked around. He said, "Daddy, they have Coca-Cola and Fanta here?" I said, "Yes." So this is how deep we have been colonized, and not only physically, but our minds. Our minds have been colonized to the point where if you went like the doctor was saying, if you wore your Fantine shirt, your friends start mocking you, start making fun of you, that you're not civilized enough. If you wear your suit and tie like I do, then you are accepted. All of these things are things that have it has hindered our growth. Look, in Monrovia, I was shocked when I went there before I came. They had a place called the Native Mansion.
Yeah.
It was not just a mansion, it was the Native Mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Why Native Mansion? I mean, it's a beautiful building, a beautiful structure, but they said there where the president will host the chiefs when they come to Monrovia, not in the executive mansion, but they host them in that place. So they call it the Native Mansion. So these are the things that we are still fighting with. We have, you all got to help. You're the young folks. You got to help us.
Yeah, but Mr. Gayman,
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Sarah.
Sarah, just 1 second. Okay, while the prof is here, though, we have to be consistent when it comes to these things, because we can't have our cake and eat it too. He talked about the Mandingos and all of these different folks being a part of our history and who we are. Yet politically, when a Mandingo man is trying to assert his own right, politically or running for certain, we say, "Oh no, you're not from Liberia, you're from Guinea, you're from the other country." Yeah, the very politicians have used. You talk about you wearing your suit and you've been accepted. The very politicians have used these different divides to trick folks into voting for the wrong people, only because they feel like, "Oh, I'm a native man." Joseph Boaga he understand you. He's a native man. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, she's a Congo woman. Even people like us who are considered native today, people don't look at history. They looked at how you talk, where you got your education, your bank account, the kind of house you live in, how nice is your car. And if you don't have all of these things, you are not. People see you as a Congo, as a queen man. No one would believe that I'm from. Even worse, I don't know how to speak Bassa. So if we must do it the right way, then we've got to be consistent. We can't use the divide when it politically benefit us, and then talked about speak against it when it's not. I mean, I think we lack that a lot when it comes to our history and who we are. You know.
But Robert, we are talking about, because the last time you saw what Koga and the vice president did in Nimba, they were trying to separate women, saying, it's not women time, and when men outside, women shouldn't come outside. All that, the divisiveness. But we all talk about it.
Tradition.
Go ahead.
But they call it tradition.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask the prof. I wanted to ask the prof whether he was invited to the diaspora conference, and if so, those are big platforms that he can engage. He can engage because those people, some of them are also connected to the president of our country, so that he can. Those are platforms that he can, try to explain some of these things that he told us tonight. Because he can say, we can say all we want to say here tonight. If we can reach out to the relevant authority that will be able to put these things in place, or begin to have discussions to put these things in place, we're not going anywhere. A lot of the things he said here tonight is exactly what our nation needs. But we have to be able to get in touch with the relative authority, like the legislature and other people, so that they can see what they can do about our country, or else we are going nowhere. So I just wanted to find out whether he was invited to the diaspora conference and if he can use that platform.
No, I was not invited. I think I just heard about that about a couple of days ago, and I was on another show, and these are the things that I discussed.
Okay.
The president by himself will never be successful. No president in history without qualified people, the technocrat, the thinker. As a man who was the president of Brazil, Silva, he didn't have a PhD. He was effective and efficient. Let's come home. Bill Clinton, they have a PhD. But what Bill Clinton did was he surrounded himself with qualified people. The same thing with Barack Obama. Surround yourself.
But
in Liberia,
these are highly intelligent people now.
I understand.
Oh yeah,
that is not. No, I'm not saying they are not intelligent. What I'm saying is that look, they don't know about agriculture or all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But they brought people around there when he traveling, going somewhere, they were advised.
That's true.
You're living in Liberia. When like your whore from your legislature, when you're having problem, that they invited a Liberian expert to testify. It never happened. So what I'm saying is the president is not available. Look, I went to Liberia. I just came from there to go bury my sister. I went there. I carried some of the books. They said, oh, Dad, print it and give her a copy. To print the book in Liberia, $150 for one. I printed it. I give it to them. Supposed to meet with the vice president, the other one. It never happened. You got people when they are around the president, they don't want for any other person to get there. And this is like people problem. Somebody, I said it from the beginning.
Doug, how, where, and how do you think you can be more effective through this? Where is it? Is there a program that must turn on through government, or one that must go to a private arrangement?
You know, I have not fought for any positions in my life. I don't belong to no political party. I belong to Liberia. I don't want to praise myself from the beginning. I told you what I had done for this country. 10 years at the age of 55, I left North Carolina A&T State University. The money that I was earning there, when I got to Liberia, they gave me $2,500 as a college president. I ran Haber College for 5 years, no vice president. I took it from zero to where it is today. My commitment is to Liberia. I cry every day looking at other countries when I look at Liberia. The potential that we have, the money that is in Liberia. The only thing is, as I said, we are not blessed with leaders. And when the leaders get there, they are selfish. So how do we break through? That's why you and myself, we have to find a way. We have to discuss it. You less than 5 million. You had the largest forest Upper Guineans in the world with carbon. People fighting over it. Now everybody in Liberia wants to sell it. Do they have the qualification? Your lithium is coming. You are one of the more water nations in the world. Look at your pepper. Look at your crabs. Your bitter ball. How many colors you got? The big one, the kitty. We can name them. Potato green. Ladyfinger, the white one, the brown one. I documented the wealth of Liberia. It's here with me. And I said to Liberia, if we do it this way, we are not going to suffer. We are not going to suffer. But how do you get the people to change? That is a fundamental question.
That's the problem.
We are not going to be.
Do you have any presidential ambition, Dan?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no.
That question.
Wait a
question.
minute.
Let them answer. Because listen,
No, but in fact, I thought I was leaving. I thought I was leaving already.
Dr. Soma, when you running, and who will be your vice president according to this guy?
That's not my question. That's not my question.
No, I've been facetious here, Doc. He really want to know whether you're running for president or you have any ambition.
Do you have that ambition?
Hold on, I want to respond to his question, okay? This is why the malaria program spoiled in Liberia. Didn't I tell I made 39 trips in Liberia? I went there. The day that I used to go to Liberia, I used to go to Helen Johnson Sally house, and she would face tea with drinking with Josepha Gray. I met with Tipote. I met all the political parties that there were 58. I reduced it to 22 when Jackson was there. 58. The record is there.
Wow.
But I have an institutional memory. I reduced it to 22. Then they say, other 22 say no, that our political party, but we cannot reduce it. So they came back to me. I said, I got an answer. I said, let them run. We're going to have tetrahedron. Tetrahedron. 3 systems. The first one, you win, and I'm in Liberia, will reject you. The second one, the 2 go to the higher post. I designed that thing. Go on the internet, called tetrahedron, electoral format of Liberia. That format brought Helen Johnson Sally into power. The tetrahedron. But before that, Estella Bernard, when I brought the $70 million, we reorganized the military. I said to them, this is what we do. Get every ethnic group from Liberia instead of having one ethnic group. That's how you have your military today. When they heard that, they said the man want to be president. So the malaria program, the $4 million was there to build our how they call it, library, to teach malaria and everything. The $4 million proposal got lost. And then one lady called me from the same South Carolina. She won the proposal. You imagine, I made 39 trips to that country. And I said, this just for to have malaria program with radio stations and everything. Helen Johnson refused to come to the conference, the malaria conference. So please, I'm saying this to say, as soon as you start something like the president business there, they will sabotage it, because anything that you want to do for Liberia, they say you want to become president. But I'm president already. I read almost. I'm telling you, you go to my website, all the white paper there. I read it. People will take it from there and they use it. I don't care. All I want is to see a beautiful country. It may never happen in my life, but I will not give up. I will continue to do what I do until I leave the earth. President or not.
But you don't have to. I just want to encourage you, because I will be there on Friday and Saturday. You don't. I don't think. I think the invite.
It's an open invitation.
Yeah, you don't need
not.
a particular.
No, it's not open. It's closed.
It's
now.
It's closed.
They had 600. It was 500. They extended to 600. Then they open 500 Zoom. Yeah, so that's how it will be. And the Dr. Dopoh, Dr. Dunn was made it clear. If you have, they have a QR code. If you are not one of those invited and accept an RSVP, because when you get to the facility, they will take the picture of a QR code. They're asking you, please don't show up if you are not confirmed, because it's just going to be embarrassing, and they don't want to please overwhelm because they got 600 of everything. And if you know, so that's why they.
But I'm sure that they have not confirmed 600 people. That's not the case.
Well, Dr. Dunn was here. He said that was the case.
So he's saying 600 people have been confirmed. So no one else. That's what he's saying.
Correct. That's correct. So what I think we should.
Then I have to cancel my flight then.
Oh yeah, you got to call Tomalin George, because he said here he extended an invitation to the staff or the closing argument. In fact, they nominated Dr. Peabody to be one of the organizers. So closing argument is the platform of choice.
Oh, I even forgot that I was part of the closing. So I'm good then.
You're good. Now, this is what I think we need to do. We need to put him in touch with Dr. Dunn, who is the chair of the Liberian diaspora. All these suggestions and resolutions will be coming through. It is his job now to compile. So this is where because he was very clear. He says, we don't know it all. That's why we want to go into breakout sections. And whatever resolution come out of this session, we'll compile them. Some will be duplicate. We'll compile them and send it to the president. So that, I think we're going to do the best we can to put you in touch with Dr. Dunn.
I agree to that. Thank you, but I'm not going to go over there when I have not registered to fly over there.
I think you are right. They're not going to do that. But Doctor, thank you very much for coming.
There'll be a virtual session though. Alfonso Nyenwolo was here.
You'll be there. If you'll be there, maybe I'll come to hang out.
No, I will be there. My wife and I will be there. So I'll be there on Friday.
Yes, Sarah will come.
I will look into it. Please go over the
Okay. So guys, thank you very much, Doctor. I will get in touch when you come back.
But Jane, I love that.
I say I'm going to get back to you. Hopefully you can come back someday.
Okay, all right, no problem.
But Gene, you think I love the second man that when I show up to the door, they will turn me down? They don't turn me down.
Okay, guys, you see the bastard man, he got beat up. When he stand to the door, nobody will turn him down. Your bastard people are too much.
Nobody can turn me down. Robert Garguah.
I'm telling you.
Great win.
Yes, sir. You see the problem? You're the problem knows.
Johnny. Thank you very much. After almost 1 o'clock in Liberia, thank you for staying up. I know you wanted to be part of the conversation. Thank you for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Did you guys discuss about the former president, Bernie?
Yes. Yeah, there was the first. You see, that's what happened when your country class late.
Is that real?
I didn't hear you.
But that's what I'm saying, because you came late. You came late. That was the first thing we discussed right here.
Okay.
You see? It's a breaking fire.
You don't let them. I think they want to talk about it. Let them. They want to talk about AI images. Let them talk about it.
Is this Sarah? Is this Sarah on the show?
Yeah, Sarah. That's beautiful, Sarah. That's
not me on the show. Yes.
Oh, Sarah, you the fifth Move Mountains?
I'm the what?
Fifth Move Mountains.
No, she is just straight Sarah.
What do you mean Facebook Mountain? I ain't got no Facebook Mountain.
No, Fed Move Mountains. Fed Move Mountains.
Yeah. That's my name on WhatsApp. Fed Move Mountain. Yes.
Oh.
Okay, then I get it.
Okay, I didn't know that.
That was
because the last time when I did the call, I texted you, but then we didn't.
Yeah, I was on there trying to ask you whether it was you, because a lot of hackers do nowadays been to doing, but you didn't respond to me. Yeah.
Sorry, I did, but anyway, maybe it came late, but I did.
Sure, you'll go ahead and tell what happened to the former president's house.
Listen, man.
The same thing what you heard, or the same thing I heard.
Listen, we were on the show last
night. I hear nothing.
You heard something. And I heard you're passing around with AI picture.
Sarah, we were
I
on
saw
the
you
show
and my
last
friend
night
fighting on Facebook.
We were here live with the president's house and all that. We had our people there. We stayed here till almost 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Last night?
Yes.
Oh wow! I didn't know that I was going to come on the show. I didn't know.
Yes. Tomalin called the president
because I was monitoring it too. I was monitoring it from the, from the chat room. Some information were coming in. I didn't know I was going to join you guys.
But yeah, we were online.
Anyway,
we were able to get in touch with the president. He told us what was happening.
Who president now?
Garguah and
who president y'all got in touch with?
The former president. So Janet Garguah and the rest of the guys came out and briefed on what happened. So it turned out to be it was a blessed day. That nothing happened. No life was lost. So
do we have any theory on the cause, Jerome? Do we have any theory yet?
No. But the vice president is here. Vice president for administration. Seleke, what's going on? What's the update? Officially now, you gotta speak to us.
But there's official.
They made a truth in man.
No, but this transcend now. No, this transcend our truth in or our what it has to do with. For me, a national issue with regard to the party, I think the party already issued a position with regard to the fire incident. It is concerning, and the party is saying that it was an attempt on the president's life.
Okay.
So that is the official position of the party. It's called for an investigation into the matter. I would think that Mr. Cole, the acting chairman of CDC, being a lawyer, and of course the president has with him state security. So I would think for such a release to be issued, it took into consideration all of those factors. And so I would think that it required an immediate investigation. Look, why is it important? Like, okay, now, also of the press release, just as a person who writes, who investigate, I would think the pattern, the culture of things in Liberia when it comes to the approach, the way the government react with the former president, gave the basis for people to infer it, assuming there were many evidence to point to it being something orchestrated by the government. So, but when you create a hostile environment, particularly so as the former president comes into the country, as he moves about, you just create a tension-packed environment. You create reason for people to infer, and that is why I would think, even besides the CDC calling, assuming it wasn't an attempt. At that level, you want to immediately run into it and investigate what happened, because it creates so that it removes any uncertainty, it removes any tension within the country. So I think I stand along with what the party position is on this matter, that it is concerning. He has termed it as a term on the president's life, but we think an investigation will establish that effectively. So I think it's just good that the government move in to do so. On the other hand, I will call that all sides, including the side of the president party, provide cooperation so that it's thoroughly investigated, because you leave the country wondering if the former president, for example, if it is true, can be a political target. And what happens to those people who want to express very strong views? So, this is a matter that the government does not even need the party to concern. They just need to go into it and bring it.
I think you're living in La La Land.
Okay, go ahead.
You're living in La La Land. These people will do everything possible, anything possible, to create a hostile environment for former President Weah and the CDC, because they see the CDC as a formidable force. That is a fact.
Yeah, but the point I'm making,
so your investigation you're talking about is going nowhere. It's going nowhere. From the trend, from the way you see how the people carry on. Let's be honest. You see the way how these people carry on. This man is their target. This former president is their target. Let's be realistic. They're not going to go do any investigation. Nothing going to come out of it. and CDC just need to take a stand to protect the president. That's it. The EPS people that they assigned to the former president, some of them working with Jeremiah and Barker, they are the one who caused that problem. We're not going to sugarcoat anything here.
Okay, so
the former president is the target. Period.
So Sarah, we could be seeing the same thing but using different language. I cannot stand on national platform of this nature and say
as an official of the government.
We have seen these people. We have seen what they have done. We have seen what they have done.
I'll say to you, the attitude of the government towards the former president, the hostile environment that they often create, can be the basis for which one will infer that the attack could be one sanctioned by the government. Now, logically, for that to be established, it must be investigated. I would think that's the most civilized, logical.
You think they're going to put any effort in it to investigate it? You think so?
Well,
nevertheless, they got to call for it.
That become part of the investigation. If the government fails to put in, for example, when the Capitol building got burned, as a result to appear as if to say they were independent, they did not bring foreign people to honor the investigation. They must do the same. Our investigation does not show conclusion.
That's what I'm saying. You are just wishing that, but they're not going to do it. That's my point. They will not do it.
But you still got to go through the process.
I understand that.
So if they do not do it, if they do not take that matter serious, like I said, assuming there was nothing that happened, there was no accusation from CDC to say it was attack. Just say the former president has got it with fire. Looking at his status is sufficient reason for which you want to investigate what happened, because it creates panoramic within the society. So you want to do it for yourself, not just because of him, but just for yourself to ensure stability. That's one. Two, under these kind of situation, everything becomes an allegation until it is proven. I would think so. CDC and register is concerned to say, look, we think this attempt was not just fire, maybe we think it was one targeted at the former president. Was it the government? Was it somebody within? Was it, as you said, the security that is found with him? It must be established. He needs to know that, because if the president's life is targeted, then it means nowhere is safe. He must understand with
my suggestion would be to the president is for President Weah to establish his own independent investigation. If it depends on this government, he's going nowhere with that. It's not going to happen.
I would think that's good, but part of some of the investigation could also show, for example, the fire occurred in the president's compound. He's supposed to be
in his bedroom. I heard.
Okay, in his bedroom. The president's supposed to be guarded by both private and public and government security. The president should be, besides Joseph Braga, one of the most protected man-protected security person within the country. So let's leave the act of the people, whoever might have done it. Let's look at negligence. Did some of the security were compromised? The people within his cycle, in his household, were compromised to that. How did it happen? Is his neighbor part of it? So the investigation is not just limited to saying, okay, that Peter, but how did it happen? Was it an orchestrated plan? Who all was involved in it? Who knew who knows the president's bedroom? Because to know the president's bedroom, you must have had, like, for example, I can't tell you where Joe bedroom is in his house because I have not gone into his bedroom. So for somebody to go there and target his house in his bedroom must be somebody who provide that information. That is why the investigation is very important. And I agree with you. I would think internally the president, the party must conduct. He's just a former president. He still has access to security mechanism. He got trained people. One way or the other, he can have some idea. That is why I'm saying for Janga Ko, who is a lawyer, and the president being surrounded with security, to come up and say that it was a target attempt. I am now concluding that perhaps they have some information that we have for them to make that statement. It is
but let me. Yeah, I think that statement was premature, and I don't agree with this government on anything, but I think the statement was premature, and I think politically sided. Jangaku also has responsibility as chairman of the biggest opposition political party, and it behoves him for to be very cautious when it comes to making these sorts of I mean, I wish I'm wrong. These sorts of blanket statement is blanket from my perspective because he has yet to show anything that indicates that it was a target. If you're going to throw these things out there, then don't give us everything, since it's an ongoing investigation, but give us something to say that it was a targeted. I thought that was. I don't think he should have said that.
What did you
Uh,
want him to give?
yeah. So I
Robert,
think I think I think.
Robert, I will agree with you. I will agree with you that if this was meant for just for politics, then it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If they was meant for politics, because of course lives would have been lost.
Mm-hmm.
That was the president's home. You know what I'm saying? We are so grateful that nobody got hurt.
Right.
You know, nobody died in the process. So that particular statement, whether from the South government, whether from the South CDC, you cannot be political about that. You cannot use an unfortunate situation of the president to score any political points, regardless of whatever side. Because once it says a political person, if that is the case, is being targeted, it means he, his family, nobody's safe. But so what I'm inferring that Janga being a lawyer, the president being surrounded by security people, I would think, I'm not in the country, I've not had a chance to reach out, but I would think that before they issue such a statement, I am sure they would have considered really concrete, tangible reason to do so. If that statement was issued blanketly without anything and they wanted to push a political agenda, then not just those who might have perpetrated the crime, but they themselves will also be a great injustice to the president.
Yeah, but we got to be fair. When the fire happened at Capitol Hill, I thought that the president, in less than 48 hours, even before evidences were gathered, he also made a politically motivated statement when he preempted that it was arson. We both sat on the show and questioned the honesty of any possible investigation that agrees with what the president had previously stated before the investigation started. So again, leadership is important, and you got to lead and speak, without any emotions. We are glad the president is safe. The president was not even at the house. The president was over there on the other side of town. But again, when these things happen, you be patient. The number one thing you should do, I will push. Thank God the lives of the former president, the life and his family lives are fine. There's an ongoing investigation. Even if you have some information that you're privy to, keep those informations to yourself. Wait for the full investigation to be completed, whether internal or the state investigation. Then you can start making these statements. It was the fire, not even what the president was target. Well, guess what? Let's tussle. The president is the home. Most of the security folks are where he stays. The president house on 9th Street. He got his own personal folks over there. So it doesn't negate the fact that people could be influenced to do something bad. You know what I'm saying? But then people look at the president and who watches the house and the folks who are in that space. You know what I mean? Like, but for us to just conclude I mean, it raises a lot of question because the president is a very high profile figure in the country. I think it should be taken seriously, but I think we all need to tone it down. Even those who have already concluded that there was no fire, all you have to do is just ask the firefighters. They were there. They don't work for Joe Weah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously fire happened.
Your name, where you calling from?
My name is Kehleboe Gongloe, and I'm calling. My name is Kehleboe Gongloe. I'm calling.
I mean, I remember this show, man. You should be coming on.
I listen to Robert and Seleke, and I also have different opinion with them. You know, it's always good when we have such a situation. Let's look at the trend and look at the history. I mean, I want to send Seleke. I want to say he met Tifa recently. That is Lofa brother. That is former citizen or
What I want to do?
I understand Inessa Joseph recently when he was in the US. I understand all that Lofa solidarity. Okay? But here is the truth. When Reverend Luther Tappe, the Unity Party chair, house got burned in Monrovia. What did this Amos Toy at FPRC, the Secretary General, what did he say? He said this was a citizen government orchestrated attack. In fact, on the entire opposition community, not just Unity Party. Without any iota or evidence. In fact, that was part of their campaign, a page to their supporters. That Joshua and his people were out to get opposition leaders killed. Okay? So the reaction, of course, Joshua is one of it's a celebrity. I mean, he's a former president. Politics have touched again. He probably has touched other people in certain way that they may want to even get at him while he's out of power. No, who knows? So, as a former president, the government of Liberia has the utmost legal constitutional responsibility to protect him. This is why we say pay taxes. Those who pay real estate taxes for Liberia, this is why we pay taxes and pay. This is why they assign security to pay. So what, the entire country, Unity Party has put the country on the onward trend. On the onward train. They won a victory and decided not to go on. They decided to politic as they did in opposition. And that's how it's continuing. So the country is a country of angry people. This opposition does not trust the government investigation. That's why Georgia is calling for an independent forensic investigators. He doesn't want government involved in it. So you can see the quagmire we are in. Who is responsible for that distrust? It's a ruling government. They really decided not to embrace and extend olive branch to the opposition. And this is where we are, Robert. I understand there is an urge to be American, yes, but Donald Trump, we have Donald Trump here too, who is right after his opponent. They are just going to make decisions this week on James Comey to see if we can indict him.
Yeah, but Gongloe. But
we are human beings,
Gongloe. But I agree with the president. With the president insisting on an independent investigation without government's involvement, I agree with him 100%. And I think that all of us should call on an independent investigation led by the same way they brought some folks from the U.S. They can bring anyone from overseas to come and conduct an independent investigation and put out the findings. I agree with that 100%. What I am saying is just because Luther Tappe said what he said, and we all knew Luther Tappe was lying to his teeth, and may God forgive him because he's a pastor, right? We all knew he was lying, right? And it was all politically motivated. Does not also mean that the chairman of the CDC should be quick to say that it was a target on the president without even the evidences that you just mentioned. Luther Tappe did not have. We bashed the president for even being premature in his statements about all sin at the Capitol. What I am saying is, what is wrong when other leaders are speaking emotionally this way? It's also wrong when people who we support speak emotionally. I think the chairman of the CDC needs to tone it down a bit. I think he needs to be patient. I think the president, he should follow the actions of his leader. The president was right. He did not blame the government. He asked for an independent investigation, which is something that all of us should ask for. But we don't know what the evidence. We don't know the evidence.
Gongloe, you mentioned my name. Listen for a minute. Gongloe.
It's my time to talk now. You all I'm just a caller.
Man, you need to be coming on the show as opposed to calling me like a guest. So you mentioned my name. You mentioned my name. You gave me a minute. Just give me 30 seconds.
Ahmed, let him deal with him, please. I beg you.
Now leave. You guys can have the whole
No,
night.
don't leave until
Let him wait.
They say don't throw rack and run.
No, but let Gongloe hold on. Gongloe.
If I'm Tony for CDC, there is a statement that made. There is a justification in it. Here's how I would justify. Let's look at the media utterances of the government involving the demolition of the CDC headquarters. The government official, including Daniel Sano, the Ministry of Information, they took it as a government project. The demolition and the removal of the CDC for its headquarters was a government project. When President Walker arrived in the country, what did he say to his, what was his reaction? He said the country is a rule of law. When they finally demolished the headquarters, the Deputy Director General for the broadcasting station, government station, he went and stood over the rebels and took pictures and said, mission accomplished. He had over the official. Then I'm coming, I'm going to end on it. Then the opposition of the biggest, the leader of the biggest opposition arrived in the country. He saw the state security, brutal attempt at firing live bullets. Okay? So the unity party and the government is in panic mode. And so the actions are consistent. And anyone can put a spin on that. In the case of Luther Tappe, it was not a consistent action or targeting opposition. We are when that fire.
So who has access to the president's house?
Let me just make my input in this case. Yeah, Gongloe. Listen to me. CDC is a responsible party, and so it is Janga, a very smart and responsible man. He will not have also, in my view, a statement of that nature. It was just doing the same as Luther Tappe did. It's not a C for so stupidity because Luther Tappe are stupid, so it means you are stupid. No, exactly. I don't think so. I'm saying to you, looking at the person I know Janga to be, I would expect, having that talk to him, that if he came out with such a statement, it should reflect something more tangible. I would think so. If Janga never had anything concrete in my view, and so it is with the former president, who I think might have seen that release, I don't think they were going to issue it that way. However, none of what we think, none of this speculation will mean anything until an investigation can go on. And so you don't expect me to come on this show and say so and so person did it. No, as the former president Redley said, let there be an independent investigation.
We got another call.
And then secondly, finally, the Gongloe. Not a Thomas Fala, or Sir Joseph will want a fly to harm the former president.
Yes. Your name and where you calling from, sir?
Including Thomas Fala?
Bewasi, and I'm calling you from
South
Korea. So
I know why we thought Fala would never want nothing happened to we are.
My man, we're not talking about your Fala.
Don't come spoil our program. We're not talking about Fala.
For the fact that, yes, you keep worrying going to talk because I am coming for you so hard.
Now who's that?
You're going to respond to me.
Now who's that?
You know him very well.
Say him again.
Don't worry.
Bewasi.
Alhaji Ba.
Oh, Alhaji Ba.
I don't know you, but go ahead.
You know him. Don't go there. Yeah, go ahead, Bewasi.
Don't make me publish all pictures of me and you and the rest of the folk.
No, don't do that.
Maybe it's just the name, but if you publish a picture, it's nothing. You're not a criminal to be associated with. So if you publish a picture, what harm will it cause? I just.
Ma, let a man talk. Get a mention later.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the issue, for the fact that Liberia have been wholly dependent on naysay and daysay of all the acquisitions and problems in our country. We have no right. Even when someone died in our country, we always get to say the person didn't die, the I mean, something killed the person.
That's correct.
You know it, I know it, everybody know it. Fire incidents in Liberia, people have speculated, people have said things. Nobody paid on them. For the fact that Janga Ko were present at the house of the president, the former president's house, and I believe he walked in the place the fire was, he have the right to speak. But for you as an executive member of the CDC, you as an executive member of the CDC, on this air right now, shows that the statement you made shows that you are compromised. Shows that what Mr. Gongloe said, you met with Tomalin. I know Tomalin is a very good buddy of you. I knew that from 2005 all the way, the 12 years of Madam Salif. I know you very well. You're never, I mean, he's been your close buddy. So it shows that you compromise. As executive member of the CDC, not some of us who are full members, who some of you can look at us when we're even talking, they will say you don't know us. Or however, that doesn't matter, you know. Whether you know me or not, it doesn't matter. But I have pictorial evidence of me and you from Budu days, from the youth league days, all the way. So you cannot look at me now and tell me you don't know me.
No, I'm saying the meme. No. Listen.
But make it kind of say, can I attack my brother, man?
No, but listen. No need for protection. I think what we have here is understanding. I use the word inferred. I said for Janga to infer. Akami, if you only understood what the word inferred means, you will never be making a statement. But let me just simplify what infer means. No, wait for me, small now. Wait for me. Infer, inferred me.
Bazo Fula man.
To ask your question, just hold on 1 second, please, because you try to.
You finish, then you can go ahead. You're going to stay on the show. I'm working, so I just.
You already accused me of being compromised because.
But wait, let him land. Then you can go. Go ahead, Bawazi.
So, for the fact that you are an executive member of the CDC, I believe you guys have consultation, in-house consultation before any press release can come out. I believe if you have any qualm or any suggestion, it should be to Janga Ko as a chairman. You have that voice as an executive member. But not to come on platform and then agree what he said and say all other things around. It means that you are compromised. So thank you very much, Mr. Gayman, for having me. I will send you pictures of me and that brother.
Send it to me.
That's my brother.
But Mr. Gayman.
Okay.
I do not.
How is a man compromised?
No, but let me answer him, Robert. Let me
listen, Monroe want us to get off the line. So
look. I knew the word.
No, but come on the late night show.
Yeah, but first of all, excuse me. I do accept, and I stand with the position of the party as I indicated. And I said, I have not spoken to Janga, but looking at the man Janga is as a lawyer, I would think it's inference that act was act of sabotage and attacking the president could have some weight because Janga will not just speak loosely. That's what I said. I said I would infer me using a pattern from before to make a conclusion. That's why it is. Unfortunately, the brother in question who say he knows me, I think I do know him too. I just don't recognize the voice and I don't know the name as it is. But the simple thing is that he just did not understand the word. He didn't understand what inference means. He didn't understand what it says when I say I stand with the thing. And he doesn't also understand that I would not sit on public radio to say it is Peter or Paul who did it. And I will say, and that's exactly what the former president said, that an independent investigation will establish exactly what happened because it goes beyond a person who might have put on the fire. It has to do with the president's internal security, his external security, who was compromised, who neglected their responsibility. So that's what investigation should be. Unfortunately, my brother question who I know, sometimes
man, don't if you don't know the man, you don't know the man.
Listen, he does. I had conversation, I had picture. Like he said, the name, maybe the name.
Yeah, I don't know the name. I can't.
Why the man got to come and talking about showing picture?
Yeah, that's fine. But hey, guys, listen. Monrovia want us to go, so let's close. Guys, let's do this again tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, come on
All
a late
right.
night show.
Have a
Come
good
on a late
night.
night show.
Where you
Late night
getting
show
late night show?
right now. Go. The link is in the inbox.
Oh, okay. Let me. Who control the late night show?